Good evening, good evening, good day, good day. How are you all doing tonight? Boy, technology. Technology, I swear it has it in for me. How you guys doing tonight? I'm doing much better than we started. I'm like 45 minutes behind. 45 minutes behind schedule right now. And that's all of a sudden my ASI Air did not want to connect at all. It didn't want to recognize where it was. It couldn't find it on the system or on my network. It was like one thing after another with that. So it was pretty annoying, and not going to let it bother me. We got it up and running. We're a little behind. However, the good news is, in terms of weather, we're clear up until close to midnight, maybe 11 o'clock. So we'll see how that goes from there. I also noticed that my alert came out as the wrong notification. We are not doing. It is not rainy day astronomy tonight. It is live astrophotography. We are looking at the moon. We're looking at some other targets. We're going to try and get some other targets right now while the moon isn't up high enough and kind of really causing a glare. And also, for the most, again, also looking at this, the star is not round. There's something up with that. I don't know what it is. We'll get things going there. Right. Technology. Technology, I say, yes. Good to see you in here. Is it 8051 or is it Bozy? What do I call you? But good to have you in here. Appreciate you coming in. I am wondering now, why isn't this responding? Now the camera doesn't want to work. Why is it doing that? All sorts of things. 8051 is the usual pronunciation. It's a classic microcontroller still found in new hardware today. All right, cool. We'll leave it at that. 8051. There we go. Okay, are we back in business? Are we back in? I have a feeling tonight is going to be wrought with technical difficulties, and I'm just going to say, forget it. I'm going to buy a new ASI Air, which I don't want to do. But at the same time, this thing has caused me nothing but problems for so long now. And it's an older model. But at the same time, I don't want to have to be changing things up. So anyway, we will continue on with things as much as we can, because, like I said, the moon is going to be coming up shortly. So I want to take a look at some other targets in the night sky while we have a bit of darkness, at least. I think what I might do is we'll aim up. We shot an area of the of Andromeda last time, which was M110, but I think I'm going to pick the other area, the other little Messier object, or maybe even let's go with an NGC 206. We'll go to the other side of Andromeda and pick out a new spot there. It's also a little earlier than I usually start streaming. I usually kind of start around 8 o'clock Greenwich Mean Time. However, I didn't know how. I thought we were going to have maybe a couple hours of clear skies, so I wanted to start as quickly as possible. And obviously, that did not happen right away. But at least we're imaging now, and hopefully everything goes according to plan. But you can see up on the screen there, we do have Mars visible just in front of the objective of the scope, and I really wish that in that position was Jupiter and Saturn for that conjunction. That would have been really good to see. However, it was farther. It was behind the houses. I wasn't able to see it, so we maybe we'll go over to Mars in a bit. It is getting smaller. Its orbit is getting farther and farther away, but we are in the area that we want to be on. To just make sure there. But yeah, good to see you guys in here. I'm happy now that we got things sorted out. Technology is always going to be a bit of a pain in the rear. So we are shooting an area of the Andromeda Galaxy, which is NGC 206. And that is a 14th magnitude bright nebula appearing in the constellation Andromeda. It's 3 million light years from our solar system, and what we'll kind of see in the background essentially is the Andromeda Galaxy, which is another 2.5 million light years beyond our solar system, beyond our galaxy. So we will just make sure that big face that is going to load up there. Make sure we're in the right spot. Everybody's happy. It looks to be that we are where we want to be. Yeah, that looks good. I say that. Let me scrutinize that image a little more. Yeah, we're good. What I like to try to when I'm making sure that things are lined up is that I do have, these. There's a lot of stars that do form a triangle in areas, or at least a wide V. So you can kind of use those to make sure that you're kind of looking in the right area. And actually, what I do hope to get is a really, really cool cluster. And that is the 37 cluster, and hopefully it's going to be, the moon isn't going to be too much. Actually, it won't be so bad because it's a star cluster. It's not a nebula, so I don't need to do a super long exposure. And it is literally, it looks like the number 37. It's one of those asterisms in the night sky that is, it really holds up to its name, much like the Christmas tree cluster that we were working on before, that we were able to discern exactly what that object was, whereas where some of them have these different names and it's just not exactly what you think it is. So we'll pick our guiding star. Get that going there. Trying to recenter. This whole kerfuffle with the ASI Air, it threw me off a little bit there. And it's unfortunate. I don't like that technology has that power. Especially when everything else is working right. And I was almost ready to kind of start getting the stream going. And then something, I don't know what happened. What happened with the ASI Air, but it's like it forgot. Like every piece of device every device that I had forgot where it was. And I had to get that back on board. So we're off in imaging now, and let me let you guys know what time the 37 cluster is expected to be visible. And it is going to be what time is that? Actually, I know the rough area that it's supposed to be in, so as long as it is all right, probably around, move that back. There's 36 degrees. Probably around 8:30. 8:30 we'll have the 31 cluster up there. Cursed on duty. Rough near Uranus. I think the moon is going to really put a damper on Uranus right now, so we may not be able to look at Uranus. But if it does crop up, we'll have a good long look at Uranus. Good to see you, Near. How you doing tonight? Happy holidays. Merry Sunday to you. Oh man, I'm gonna go on and on about how much I don't like technology at the moment, but I'll get over it. Do not worry, I will get over that. For no man has gone before. Or we just say man. Okay, we're not going down that route. That route. It's easy to make it the butt of all jokes. I also need a audio cue to play Womp Womp. Because I make too many corny jokes. All right, that exposure is rolling, so we are looking at an area of a nebula which is about 3,300 light years away. That is NGC 206, and it is in the constellation of Andromeda, and it is not within the Andromeda galaxy, but is still within our galaxy. And they go 3 million light years from our solar system. I'm sorry, I read that as a different way. That is within the galaxy of Andromeda. If Andromeda is 2.5 million light years away, I stand corrected. I do apologize for that. So, yeah, that nebula is within Andromeda's galaxy, not in ours. Why I think it was much shorter for some, as I was reading there. I'm going to attribute it to the frustration of the ASIR causing me all this grief. There we go. And also our camera sensor is not being cooled. Let's turn that down. So this image is probably going to look a little grainier. And I do hope that I don't get frost building up on here, because this camera has gone on and off so many times tonight. Although it is sitting below 0 right now, so that's not too bad. I think it was a big shift. Technology. And why this always happens on a clear night is, it's like it knows, really. I know it doesn't. It just seems that all these gremlins kind of pop out when I want it to work without fail. So, and this is the kind of the punishment that I put myself through doing some of these things. Neil J99. Neil, how you doing? Good to see you here. We are. It's going well. It's going better tonight. It's going better. We started a little late, and I'm probably going to run through the story so many times tonight because I like to complain about technology. And also, for those who may even have this or come across this problem in the future, is that for some reason my ASIR did not connect to my system and I had to try to find it all over again, and I was jumping through so many hoops, and we're there. We got it going. We're connected again. We're looking at the night sky. All right, I see that my Twitch notification is the right one, but on here it said a different one. Anyway, again, more technology not doing what I wanted to do. But we're on. We are rolling. We are shooting an area of the Andromeda Galaxy. Usually we have shot the core, which is which is somewhere. There we go. Usually we do shoot the core of Andromeda. However, I did try to pick a couple of different areas last week, or at least the last time we had it in our sights, and we were looking at one of its satellite galaxies, and that was this here M110. It's classified as. So we're just a little off to the left of the core in this shot there, but we are kind of now we're on the other side tonight. We are going after a nebulous object in there, and that will be coming up in about in about just under 5 minutes. We'll have that in there. But yeah, that's the area that we're shooting on. We're on Andromeda. Savvy, how you doing? Now I don't know how the guiding is going all over the place tonight. Is it the star that I picked? Is it too close to someone else? We'll see. Maybe it's cold. Maybe the gears are a little... You gotta warm up a bit. But yeah, good to see you in here. How you doing tonight? Yeah, we are currently doing we have an extended session of live imaging coming up tonight, and a lot of it is probably going to be focused on the moon, because the moon is going to dominate that area of the night sky that I have access to. Although looking at the moon it's nice to look at as well. It's pretty much a full moon. I'd say it's 99% waxing gibbous, but that's... You may as well say it's a full moon, because once you kind of get into the 90% of a full moon, unless you're kind of looking at it with a telescope, looking at it from Earth, it's not going to be that discernible. So we are kind of looking at a full moon, but at least there's a lot of features that we can look at. It's nice to look at the Terminator along the side of the moon, where we have the shadow coming in there. At the same time, it is cool to look at as many features as possible. And we're going to take, I think it's going to be a hefty tour of the moon, and I'll try to pick out quite a few craters, and we'll just kind of get some information on those, get the size of them, find out what's some larger craters, some smaller ones that are actually really large, and just see if we can get some more information on what I have available there. Good. Yes, we're doing good. We are Gucci. With all things technologically aside, it's good. We're having a good time. It's good to see you guys in here. I do appreciate you guys coming in, and always trying to look at some new targets. And when the moon is full and in our face, it's a little difficult to kind of pick out new areas of the night sky. I am looking to get a narrowband filter, and at least that's kind of just for the hydrogen alpha. So we're going to eliminate a lot of the other light pollution that's kind of coming through there, and be able to kind of cut out some of that glare that's coming from the moon as well. But we'll kind of look at that as things progress. And I think after the problems that are going on with everything with the kit, is I may move over to the ASI Air Pro, and that is, I don't know if it's, should I wait for the next one to come out for their next iteration, or it's just something that this technology is, it's an old Raspberry Pi unit now, and how much does it muck about during the man, you can see that movement in there. That is, this image that's going to come through probably isn't going to be isn't going to be that great. I think there's going to be a lot of movement on there, especially with trying to find the guide star. It's just more technology to complain about, that's all. All right, so we do have, who is the latest one? The Space Carrara, not Cobra. I said Cobra last night. I remember that. I'm like, that's not Space Cobra. I mucked up the name. I muck up names a lot. And sometimes it just has to do with the capitalization to split up the word. Anyway, and Phoenix as well followed from a little later last night after the raid. So it was good to see a new friend joining the observatory. There we are at 20 seconds. Let's see how this one comes out. We are looking at NGC 206, which is a bright nebula appearing in the constellation Andromeda, and it's 3 million light years from our solar system. So it has a physical diameter of about 3,100 light years, and we'll see if that kind of comes through or if it's going to be blurry. That is loading incredibly slow. Usually we have the image up by now. I'm really thinking it's gotta be something with the hardware. That is incredibly faint as well. This is the area that the nebula is within. Let me see if I can boost that up a bit there. And also the camera isn't cooled down, so yeah, it is supremely dim in that area. Although you can start to see some of the banding within the Andromeda galaxy. Just off to the left here is the core, and we're already kind of getting a bit of that moonlight impacting the image there. But that's that little bit of nebulosity in that little space there. And you know, for the most part, for how wonky the guiding was going, it's not that bad actually. The stars are actually really nice and round, so it's doing its job at least. So as much as I thought that we were having issues with guiding, it's doing its job. We are happy with that there. So Andromeda is just about to cross the meridian. So I'm going to do a flip of that there. We're going to pick a couple other targets that are over to the west and just try to get a different view of things before they go away. At least if we can have the moon kind of to the back of the scope, at least then we can try to mitigate a little bit of that of the issues coming from there. But yeah, this is a massive stretch to kind of get that little bit of nebulosity visible there. It looks more like a little star cluster from this view, but that is, if you get a scale, there to there is just over 3,000 light years. So as tiny as it kind of looks here, again, massive structures, and we can see a little bit of kind of the hydrogen gas in Andromeda around there, some of those little red patches, which is kind of cool to pick that up as well. That is also the kind of benefit when you are shooting a galaxy with a narrowband filter, is that you are going to see some different areas that you wouldn't normally see with a kind of just a broadband filter. So you're catching as much of the visible light with those ones, which is better for a galaxy because you get more you get better star color. You see kind of more stars when you do a a broadband image of that. So the narrowband filter lets you see more of gassy clouds. It does. It's in terms of the the electromagnetic spectrum. Get that fixed up there. And hello music, where'd you go? There we go. Yes, so with the electromagnetic spectrum, everything that we're seeing is within the visible range. I don't have a fancy infrared or an ultra or UV scope or an X-ray scope, but yeah, everything that we're seeing is from this one. The filter I'm using is a tri-band filter, which only lets through 3 specific little areas of the visible spectrum. In this range of the 656 nanometer range, and then down in the lower end in the kind of the blues, which kind of lets through the oxygen 3 and hydrogen beta. But everything else in between and to the other sides, where you're going to get light pollution, kind of sitting in this range with the orange, kind of yellow street lights that you see. The LED lights kind of sit across most of the this area, so it's kind of hard to cut them out. But if you use just a hydrogen alpha filter, which I do want to get, is that you're only going to get light coming through this band. That's it. Everything else is going to get blocked out. So with some broadband filters that I have, with one of the broadband filters that I have, it kind of has this area and this area visible through there, and it cuts out just a little bit in between there. And what you can see, just to give you guys an idea of what you see from a broadband versus a narrowband, I do have a couple of images with that on there. There you go. There's an example of the Triangulum galaxy, and this is using the same filter we're using tonight. And you can see that it really, you see a lot more of the nebulous objects in there. Whereas if I use just my city light suppression filter, you kind of get more of that natural white, yellow star color in there, and you're starting to see a little more of the shape of the galaxy itself there. So that is how, when you're taking astro images, that you are going to use different filters for different purposes. So you're going to want to see areas to really be highlighted, especially if you're using, if I was to kind of shoot this with the hydrogen alpha filter, a lot of the kind of the blue areas wouldn't really show up that well. They'd be very faint, and these brighter red areas of nebulosity within the galaxy would really kind of show through in that hydrogen alpha filter. But this is combining 3 narrow bands of light it's designed for a one-shot color camera, so you can at least still get color images coming out the other side there. I am using a one-shot color camera. It's an astronomy dedicated camera from ZWO, which has a square sensor and is able to kind of bring us these images that we're looking at tonight. So you can see down here below on the telescope cam that the moon is starting to peek up above the roofline, and that is going to start impacting things on the scope. So I will kind of point to the west as much as I can for a bit, and then see if we can get any targets there. A monochrome camera would have 3 individual filters instead. Yes, you'd want to, if you're going to build up a color image, yeah, you'd need to put your red filter in front and switch it out for the blue and the green, and then you can combine those images together in your photo editing software, and then it'll create your color image. Or if you are using like the narrowband filters, then you are getting really specific wavelengths coming through, and you can get more detail in those images. And a monochrome camera is ultimately going to be better for creating really, really interesting astro photos. because every bit of light, every photon that comes through is registered on that sensor no matter where it hits. Whereas with a color camera, because we do have a Bayer matrix on there, which is, let me just bring that up. It's all the light coming through, you're only getting any of the red in the hydrogen alpha is only hitting these few areas on the sensor. And the thing is with the color, with the Bayer matrix on a like your regular DSLR or any other camera, it's built for terrestrial imaging, which there's a lot more kind of green, a lot more in the green wavelength of light that we see on Earth. But in space, there's not a lot that's green. So you kind of lose out on a bit if you're using a color camera. Although technology now has kind of, it's got to better interpolation of data, and that way you're going to see, it's going to look a little better. You can definitely see if kind of the next imaging session that or the photo editing session that we do, you can see a good example of how the red channel is much noisier because it's trying to make up for all these areas of light that just don't have any information. Whereas the green is always going to be a much smoother image in that channel, and then same with the blue being a little noisy as the red. So the only thing is that the blue and the green are fairly similar in quality because at least they're kind of on that same end of the visible spectrum. But yeah, monochrome camera, it would be just all this area, which every single bit registers information, and you get a much smoother, well-rounded image that kind of comes out the other end of the camera there. However, being in the east of England, where it is generally cloudier than most, it's generally cloudier than it is clear. I got to make the time, as much time as possible, to get these images in color. Whereas shooting a galaxy, yeah, it's a little, it's almost monochromatic in itself because the galaxy doesn't have as many nice looking nebulae within it there. So I will go over to a brighter nebula, which is actually still within reach. I'm going to go over to the Pac-Man Nebula because that is always a nice one to look at, and we can get some decent details coming out of that there. I'll save that screenshot as actually, there we go. We'll go down to we'll go down to -10 right now for the sensor, and that's what kind of gets rid of the noise in an image. You can see on this one there's a lot of, okay, I've also stretched it a bit there. Let me back it off just a tiny bit, because there is that you can see that graininess in the image. It still wasn't cooled down to as low of a temperature as I wanted it to, but the cooler you can keep the sensor, the less thermal noise builds up in these cameras. Whereas if you kind of shoot with a DSLR without any cooling capabilities, it's going to heat up to 20-30 degrees almost, depending on the ambient temperature of when you're shooting. At least now in the winter time, if you're doing long exposure photography, it's cool enough outside that it's going to start to it's going to help keep that temperature down. At least that'll kind of help it a little bit. It's still probably going to, the sensor's probably going to get up to maybe 14 degrees Celsius, and it's still going to cause noise. But even kind of cooling a camera down to 0 degrees, you're going to see a marked difference. And even when I moved from the DSLR camera to an astronomy dedicated camera, there was a massive improvement over the image quality that came through there, and which is why I'm kind of doing these sessions, showing you guys what this camera is capable of, and how quickly we can kind of get an image coming through. Let me pick our target so we can get that rolling there. With the ASI Air that I'm using right now, it is just Sorry, I forgot the NGC 281. There's no live stacking with this one. And there's other programs that you can use, but what I tried to do with this is to I wanted to be able to take as many pictures as possible and just be able to see what we can image in like 10 minutes, 5 minutes or 10 minutes, what this camera can do. If I was to use the ASI Air Pro, then I would be able to stack these images live, and we could see that image build up over time. So adorable. Hello, sweetie. How are you? Good to see you in here. Light Stalker, I only understand like half of the technical things you're saying, but I've always been fascinated with the universe, so I'm very glad I found this stream. I'm happy to have you in here, and if there is anything you want me to really clarify on, let me know, because I really would like you guys to be able to to understand as much as I'm saying. I know there's a lot of people that come in here who are astrophotographers themselves, and they're kind of used to the terminology, but for those who are kind of coming in who are new to everything, and I want to ask a question. Do not be afraid to ask questions. Stop me midway through, because I am fine with deviating from the plan. So yeah, if anything you want that kind of needs to be clarified, let me know. Happy to elaborate on anything like that there. It'd be really cool to see the image stacked up live. It would be. I like that idea. At the same time, at least when we're doing this, we're kind of picking our object. I showed Grandpa your stream. He has many questions. Then I will have many, many answers. I'm sure there are going to be many, many questions. So yeah, ask away. At least the sky's clear tonight. That's true. It's much better tonight than it was the other night. So I'm going to pick another guide star, because that one was rubbish. All right, that one, yeah, we'll go with that one. We'll stick with that. Nice and bright, and also because I'm battling the glare of the moon. So this is our target, the Pac-Man Nebula. Ooh, stars. So let me start that exposure there. We are where we want to be with this target. I've imaged this one many times. It is one of my favorite targets to view. And it's a nice bright nebula, which the moon isn't going to have a lot of issues. Isn't going to have a big impact on it. There's going to be a kind of a gradient on there, but overall the nebula is going to kind of shine through on this. What camera are you using to look at the scope? It is a Tapo 920. I believe was the model number on that there. I got it off of Amazon. It was just one of those cameras that it was more due to I was using the ASI Air, and I didn't want to keep going outside to make sure that the scope was slewing in the right direction. So at least with this camera, there's a little bit of a pan and tilt option on there, and it served its purpose really well. Actually, the first night there was an error that occurred, and I was able to stop the scope from moving, from slewing, and yeah, I mean right there, it paid for itself without having to repair my scope. So it's best to do these kinds of things when the moon isn't as visible. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I am using, like I said, I'm also using a filter that is only capturing a narrow band of light. So kind of looking at the visible spectrum. I am only getting a little tiny sliver in this end and two little slivers in this end. Everything else doesn't make it through. The glare of the moon, however, is going to cause a bit of an issue, but that can be fixed in post-processing. So kind of the images that we're getting tonight are about as raw as possible. A finished Astro image is something more along the lines of this, with more integration time. Garepa? Garep? I'm going to muck up the names, I told you guys, but thank you very much. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the observatory. Glad to have you in our community. So yeah, that's when the moon is up and you're doing imaging, you kind of want to use a filter that's only going to let through one single sliver of the visible spectrum, so you're not going to be impacted on moonlight as much. The filter we're using is going to combat some of the moonlight coming through there. But yeah, generally if you're kind of shooting unfiltered, when a full moon is up, there's not a lot of time for astro imaging. If anything, I would kind of want to shoot to the west, shoot in the opposite direction of the moon. At least that'll have less of an impact. However, I have trees out to the west, and I cannot cut them down for fear of Mrs. Canuck. And also, the one tree has a lot of beautiful flowers in the summertime, and there are hundreds of bees, if not a couple hundred bees, that kind of congregate on this tree. And also the other tree has some birds in there nesting, so definitely not going to be able to cut that one down. What is slewing? Slewing is just the terminology used to just to indicate when the telescope is moving along its axes. If you're kind of pointing there, you have your right ascension, which kind of goes around the pole star, and then your declination, which the scope kind of goes kind of north to south, whereas the right ascension kind of points it east to west. So yeah, the little camera that I have looking at the scope has a nice little pan and tilt. It's saved its bacon in that first night. Like I said, it was slewing the wrong direction. Everything was there were horror stories about some people using their ASI air, and this was early on before they fixed a lot of the bugs, where it just kept spinning around and around and cables snapped and it was just a nightmare. But this is also a good look at the kit that we're using tonight. This is the Skywatcher EQ6R Pro. It's kind of like an upper mid-range level of a telescope mount. And for me right now, I think this is about as future-proof as possible without kind of getting into the much more expensive mounts. This one has served me really well, and this is probably also the biggest scope I'm going to put on this rig. This is a 8-inch Altair Astro branded Ritchie-Chrétien telescope, where the primary mirror is in the back here. It's a large primary mirror, and up in the front there's a smaller secondary mirror which bounces the light back into the camera. Two elements, and it transmits the light into the camera sensor there. And the whole idea of astrophotography is to have as little elements as possible between your target and your camera sensor. It's not to say that those who do like some wide field imaging with their DSLR and their camera lens, they turn out great, but also at the wider focal length it's much more forgiving, because there's many more elements in a camera lens as there are with certain telescopes. Also, telescopes are designed to focus on infinity, whereas if you're using, like, say, a zoom lens that I have, it's the one that I used most was a 70 to 300 millimeter. At every increment, it's not always going to be properly focused at infinity, so it's kind of tough with that, doing astrophotography with a camera lens. Plus there's more glass elements to go through, and it's not so noticeable, but it does kind of diminish a little bit of the light transmission coming through there. So does that mean the actual images, after everything is done, and given you're only taking in certain wavelengths of light, don't actually include all the colors and thus look different from they do in reality? A little bit, in a way that some of the areas of the night sky that we are capturing, like this area that I was looking at, is heavily there's a lot of hydrogen gas in this area of the Cygnus constellation. So a lot of the gas and dust is illuminated in red on the sensor. Not to say that if you're kind of looking at it with the naked eye that it would look red, but it just, when you look at kind of the nebulae with your naked eye, generally they're kind of gray and hazy, because when we're taking these images, we're doing long exposures. This is about 2.5 hours worth of images. Our meat cameras can only take about a tenth of a second of an exposure type idea, to give you guys an idea. So, less than a second is what our eyes are seeing there. So I tried, at least when I'm doing these images, they are coming through on a color camera, and I don't reassign any of the color channels. So this is kind of as natural as the colors are. The only way is Essex. It's true. How you doing, Nick? Good to see you in here. I like this image. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. This is one of those areas of the night sky that's nice and bright, and it really, aside from this one star, Saturn, which is blown out, which really should be kind of like the size of these stars, but it's much brighter than all the other stars in this area of the Milky Way. So it does kind of it blows itself out a little bit, and that's also, it comes down to the filter that I'm using. It does create this coma around certain stars, and that's kind of the downside to this filter. Everything else I like about it is just, if there's one downside, is that you get these comas around the stars. Other than that, I think the tri-band filter is fantastic. There's another one from Radian telescopes, which I haven't tried out, so I would imagine they may have eliminated that because it's a much narrower band pass on that filter. So at least maybe they'll get rid of those. But those filters are also, it's about $700 for one 2-inch filter. And I paid about $180 for this filter that I'm using. Bit of a price jump. However, the quality is there. When I do my Astro, I use my Nikon D850, 46 megapixel with the 80 to 400 at 400 at two times teleconverter in crop frame mode. That gives me an equivalent of 1200 millimeters. So yeah, when you're shooting at if you're doing at 400 millimeters, probably with those kind of the zoom lenses, it's almost like that the mid range of focal length is where you're going to get the best view of infinity. But what kind of mount do you have on just a tripod, or is it or are you on a little star tracker with that? All right, our Pac-Man image is ready. So out of the camera, this was all handheld. Do you have a Instagram where you post these images on? Because I'd be interested in seeing that. So yeah, our image of the Pac-Man Nebula. Now this is right out of the camera. What you see, because I'm gonna jump back for a quick second. These cameras, the astronomy dedicated cameras, don't have any viewfinders on it. They are connected through this this little Raspberry Pi controller here. Everything kind of comes through that there, and then it feeds into the laptop. So yeah, these don't have any viewfinder, so you can't use them without a telescope. Without a computer. And the images that come out on the other side are the ones that look like this, and that's without any stretching on this there. So if I just kind of bump up the histogram a little bit there, we can see some very interesting images of nebulosity in this target. I don't think I cooled the camera down, did I? Oh no, that's it. Okay, the moon is going to be affecting things there. That's because we can, and it's cool outside. and it's not doing a lot of work, we can drop it down to minus 15. Does the Raspberry Pi have the PoE hat on it for powering it? Elongate the PoE on there. Power over Ethernet. No, it doesn't. The power. It's a 12 volt. A 12 volt power supply. It's got a converter on there from DC to USB that it powers the unit there, because my Wi-Fi on this unit has conked out. It doesn't keep broadcasting a signal, and I think this whole unit is this is at the end of its life, and I think that's why I was kind of having issues earlier tonight, and even the night before. I did get a Ethernet cable just to have it connected in through my throughout my network, but it looks like it's on its way out. So bit of a downer on that, but at least it kind of gives me an excuse to buy new kit. Although I don't like having things accelerated, along for my timeline of buying bits of kit there. I can post the link to my Astro album on Facebook. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, you can drop it in here, or if I don't think that the Stream Elements bot is going to kick you out for posting links. Other ones have before, but there we go. That works. Yeah, if not, you can also, any images, you drop them in the Discord as well. Always like to see what other people are shooting there. Is cooling down the camera just a term for doing something, or are you actually cooling down its temperature? I am cooling down the temperature. It is currently sitting at minus 15 degrees Celsius. And what it does have the, you can kind of see a bit of the venting on there. Yeah, see that? Here's where the sensor is on the camera, and everything else is just for the electronics. This is empty space, so they can pull the fan is going to pull away the hot air, any heat from that sensor there, and then we'll get. So there is, if you are kind of maybe shooting on a humid day, and if there is any condensation on there, it will kind of freeze up on top of the sensor window, so you can have issues with that. So it does eliminate a lot of the noise in the image. So if we are kind of taking this long exposure of the Pac-Man Nebula, there's not I've stretched the image, so I'm kind of amplifying. There's still going to be noise, but overall not as much noise as you would have with a DSLR that's heating up to about 20 some odd degrees Celsius. This camera has the capability of cooling to 35 degrees below the ambient temperature. So if we're kind of in the summertime and it's like 20 degrees at night, we can at least cool this down to safely to 0, and then you're kind of starting to push things once you start going into the 25 degrees below 0 and lower. It's just because you're pushing all the equipment a little harder than it needs to be. But generally for this camera, sitting at about minus 10 degrees it works out just well. It works out just fine for everything there. But I do like the Pac-Man Nebula very much, because it does, even for this little bit right here, which is a Bach globule. And these are dark lanes of dust, and kind of these dense knots of gas and dust that can eventually coalesce and form their own stars. Pardon me. This is more of a stellar nursery that we're looking at right now, rather than a supernova remnant, which have a lot more colors within it, and it does look, and it doesn't seem, a supernova is not as wispy and nice to look at in the sense where everything is kind of gentle and kind of, you know, these little pillars of gas that are kind of being blown away by the stellar winds from these stars that are being formed. Whereas a supernova is a much more violent event, and things are a little more sharp looking and jagged. And there's a little more color as well, because those heavier elements are being formed in the explosions. Whereas in this area, everything is kind of coming together and birthing new stars. And the stellar radiation is kind of just, in a way, gently blowing away the gas and dust in its area. So doing this in winter means you're able to cool it down further and thus improve the quality of the picture. In the winter months, yeah, it does help. It also means that I don't have to push the cooler as hard as we need to on during the summertime. You know, the cooler's running at 26% right now. The chat is blocking that there, but you know, it just doesn't have to work that hard to keep the sensor at that temperature. Whereas in the summertime, if I was to try to cool it down to minus 15 degrees, it would probably be running at about 80% capacity. So yeah, you just don't want to be pushing it as hard, harder than you have to. At least even kind of cooling these cameras down to 0 degrees is a benefit. Or even if you can kind of get it just a few degrees above 0, it's still going to turn out a much better image than your DSLR. Because if I was to take a 10-minute image of this with a DSLR camera, we wouldn't be able to see a lot of these finer details. And also the moon is kind of washing this out a little bit. Sometimes we can get some better contrast in these images, but this is the issue of the moon, because you still have that. Yes, it cuts out a lot of the light, but there is that overarching glare that does happen on the camera there. But for the most part, happy with how this looks. The Pac-Man Nebula is about 10,000 light years away, and it's in the Perseus spiral arm of our galaxy, a busy workshop of star formation. Prominent features besides its diffusely glowing hydrogen gas include dark lanes of obscuring dust, and there's the obscuring dust lanes, and these dense knots, these Bok globules, which I just love that term. Yeah, it's a wonderful target to shoot. I have captured it on many occasions, and some nights have kind of turned out better than others. This being a full moon, yeah, it's an impact on that there. Also, speaking of full moons, the Neil, if you don't mind that I look at your images on stream, is that all right? Because they are some really nice shots of the moon you have, and the ISS. I think that'd be an interesting thing to look at if you're cool with that. Right, anybody who's taking images of the International Space Station, which I have never attempted, I think those look fantastic. It's just because, you know, about 300 miles above the Earth's surface, we have this tiny little space station that just rips across the night sky. So yeah, that is, I like seeing those images there. The down below, that is the Pac-Man Nebula that we've just imaged right now, and I'm going to move on to another target shortly. We're just having a quick look at Neil J99's Facebook images here, which are really cool. Which we will be pointing the camera at the moon. We'll point the telescope at the moon fairly shortly. I'm going to go over to the kind of point out towards the northwest-ish area and try to get a few images in before the moon really starts washing things out. Have I taken pictures of Eta Carina or the Homunculus Nebula? No, I am too far north. That is a southern constellation, which is, yeah, with that one you're only going to see it from in the southern hemisphere of the Earth. We do have some friends of the channel who pop in every now and then who are in Australia, and they do astro imaging as well. So they will be able to have those images available there. But I like the contrast you get on the moon there. It's very nice, really cool. I always like that kind of point of the was that about 70 some odd percent of a waxing gibbous, where you just get this the kind of heavier cratered areas. I always like how that turns out on there. So yeah, I don't have view. I'm in the northern hemisphere. I am in England. I'm in Essex County. So I do envy those who can see a lot of the interesting southern targets. I would imagine as much as they are envious of us in the northern hemisphere that are able to see certain targets. But I do like the fact that we share the Orion constellation, that we're all able to get shots of the Orion Nebula and the Rosette Nebula. Yeah, I think that kind of feels like that's the great constellation that unites us all in astrophotography. And those are all taken on your doorstep. So you're really not having to trek out anywhere to get these images. That's really cool. Whereas some people will take their gear out all over the place to be able to get these images. I don't have the capabilities to do anything like that. So I'm happy to kind of sit in my back garden, in my kitchen / studio, and get these images of the night sky for you guys. Just adjusting the camera here. So yeah, you can see clearly the moon is dominating things. And you can kind of see what was a You'd love to see the Eta Carina Nebula. I would too. I did see the Southern Cross on a flight coming back from Malaysia, and that was like the only time I saw that area of the southern skies, and I thought it was really cool. I did take as many pictures as I could from the airplane to try and get any usable data from there. They were pretty much all shaky, and there's only like one or two that turned out. So at the moon, we're looking at our moon right now. We can see that bright star there. That is Aldebaran in the Taurus constellation. So just I guess a bit of a testament to how large and bright this star is. Yeah, even a full moon still isn't washing it out there. So it's a tiny little speck there, about the size of Mickey Rooney, and we can just make it out amid the glare of the moonlight there. And Mars is just behind my face. Sorry, I need to adjust and stretch a bit. But for those of you who have just joined into the channel, thank you very much for coming in. Appreciate it very much. I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and tonight we are taking some live images of outer space. And we have our latest image of the Pac-Man Nebula that we shot, and we will be moving on to a new target before we kind of go over to the moon, because So the moon is going to be in our way for the eastern skies for pretty much the entire night. I think the clouds are going to kind of start rolling in around 11 o'clock-ish, and at that point we'll kind of wrap things up. But, you know, we'll... we got time with the night sky tonight, so this is the whole point of the channel, is to be able to show you guys images of space, objects that you may usually not be able to see, say, you know, due to light pollution or just the not having access to any astro imaging equipment there. So this is kind of my way of expanding our universe and bringing it to your screens. So we're going to pick another target. But I'm going to aim for the over to the west. See if there's anything we can get before everything kind of goes out of the way. Pac-Man in the sky and Ghost in the garden. Yep, when the scope is under covers, it is incognito with its disguise as with a mustache. All right, let's try for NGC 7635. We'll see if that is still within view for us. Alright, that is jittery because it wants to be jittery. There's been all sorts of network issues tonight. I don't know if it's just that there's an increase in traffic in my area or whatever. It's causing headaches. But usually it moves much. The video moves a lot smoother. But that is a meridian flip as well that we kind of saw the scope do, because there's that imaginary transverse line that is, once an object kind of passes over that, the scope needs to switch its orientation so that it's not going to kind of keep turning and then hit the, you know, it's going to turn and hit like the pier of the mount there. So yeah, it looks like we are on target. Sadly, I find it kind of hard to figure out what I'm seeing when I'm looking at the night sky. Like, is that Mars, Venus, something else? Mars is going to look red in the night sky. Venus is generally going to be close to the setting sun or close to the rising sun, just due to its orbit being, you know, in the one of the inner planets there. Spotting Mercury is a little more difficult because it is like it is not that far from the sun as it's coming up, or as it's setting or rising. So, it can be a little difficult to catch Mercury. And because it's so low on the horizon, we're shooting through a lot of the Earth's atmosphere, and it gets really, pardon me, really wobbly with the image that you're looking at there. And you see when we turn over to the moon, you'll see just how there is some of that almost like bubbling and roiling of the atmosphere, and that's just our atmosphere that we have to deal with when we're doing astro imaging. Planets will also follow the same kind of path the whole time. That's called the plane of the ecliptic, and the planets are always going to be in about the same area of the night sky, depending on where you are depending where you are on Earth. But once you kind of notice where the planets are showing up there, then that's basically that line of where you're going to see them night in and night out. Because Earth's on a tilted axis, we do get different views to different areas of the night sky as the seasons turn. Right now, being in kind of Orion season, we are able to see we get a bit of a combination of the kind of looking into the band of the Milky Way, and having some later on in the evening being able to look out towards interstellar space at more galaxies. In the summertime is generally considered to be galaxy season, because those are the areas of the night sky that are just much more readily visible, because Orion is kind of setting, and it's more for the southern hemisphere come summertime for us, when it's winter in the southern hemisphere. But right now, it's Orion will start to pop up above the roof line around here. Actually, we'll probably start to see some of it very shortly. But yeah, with the moon dominating, we have very limited views there. All right, I am picking our guide star, and the nice little thing that we see in this image is this little star cluster here in the guide scope. It's not always, we don't always get to see cool little objects in the guide scope that often, but when we do, it's always fun to see them in there. So I'm going to pick a bit of a brighter star. We will guide on there. So the whole point of having a guide star as well, there's a smaller scope on top that and another smaller camera, and its sole job is to make sure that this star really doesn't move out of its view. So it's going to tell the scope to either speed up a little bit or slow down, and in both the axes there. And that's how we're able to get a long exposure going. Although it just seems that tonight that everything doesn't want to work as well as possible, but we're going to start imaging. On the Bubble Nebula before it goes out of view. And it may very well be that there's issues with the camera because of moonlight kind of creating some glare. If I am kind of towards the branches of the tree in the back garden, then that might also be coming into play there. Also, there are, if you're kind of if you're getting a little more interested in the night sky, there are apps on the phone that you can use. There is Sky Safari. There are free versions of that. Google Sky is another one that you can kind of is a bit of an entry into kind of picking out where you're looking, because it will use the accelerometer in your phone, your GPS, and when you tilt the phone, it's going to look towards that general area of the night sky, so you can kind of get a better idea of what you're looking at there. I used that in the past to kind of when I would see kind of a very bright star, which was Jupiter, and this was kind of when I started into astrophotography. And actually, it was even before I got into it. I was just more interested in looking at the night sky and knowing what's out there. And yeah, I have a vivid memory of seeing Jupiter for the first time and getting that app going and confirming that that was Jupiter. It wasn't just like one of the brighter stars. It was a planet that I was looking at early in the morning. I've tried those, but apparently my phone is incompetent because it kept lying to me. Oh no. Well, the app that I use is Sky Safari. It's the paid version, but there are free versions of it out there. You can get it in either the Apple Store or the Google Play Store, or the guiding is absolutely terrible tonight store. So we'll finish this image of the Bubble Nebula. You can kind of already see it coming through there a little bit. And again, this is one of those targets in the night sky that lives up to its name. And once this pops up there, we'll have a much nicer picture kind of coming through. But this whole structure is about 11,000 light years away, and the bubble that we'll see itself is about 10 light years across. And it's a planetary nebula, and it was created by the stellar wind from the hot young massive central star, and which has blasted out the structure of glowing gas against the denser material in a surrounding molecular cloud. The nebula is being energized by the star, causing it to glow. And the star itself is suspected to have about a mass of 10 to 20 times of our sun. So it is a much larger and powerful star than ours, which our sun is kind of a main sequence star, and it just gently feasts on its fuel reserves, which kind of keeps it stable. There's not a lot of issues that crop up with the sun. Man, my guiding is pants tonight. Yeah, so our sun is nice and stable, and it allows some long stretches of time. Hey, Fulmine, thank you for the lurk. Enjoy your games, but thank you for popping in, saying hello. Always good to see you in here. I always find it amazing where exactly in the night sky you know where to aim your telescope and what depths to be able to find these images. It is the really cool thing about this program with the ASI Air is that it has the capability of plate solving. And what that does is when it does take a picture, it registers what stars you can see, and then it knows where the scope is pointing. And then from there, it is basically mathematical of where the next object in the night sky is going to be. And it's really handy with this way of navigating the night sky with the tech, because you're able to get your objects centered like pretty much right away, whereas with other ways how people can kind of mark where they are on Earth, it's basically it's doing a star alignment routine with the scope, and you pick out 3 stars in the night sky, and once the scope kind of knows where those stars are, it uses that calculation to basically find the rest of the objects in the night sky. But it's not as reliable as doing plate solving. So which is also why I can kind of get a little bit of a little more accuracy with the objects that we're looking at, and also get to them a little quicker. You have spent 0 seconds watching. I don't know what's up with that. Sometimes the Stream Elements doesn't respond that well. Apparently I've never watched myself either. Something's bugged. I know Stream Elements has been having some issues there. I've had some people who have subscribed. Back to your lurk, no worries. Who have subscribed to the channel, and even some bits have been dropped in where it doesn't register. And I think, from what I've heard, that Stream Elements knows that there's an issue that's going on, and it's just a matter of how long it's going to take them to get things sorted out there. Which is unfortunate, because I do like to see that people get, you know, the recognition. It's you know, it's fun to see your name kind of pop up on the stream. You know, if you've followed or you've done any other kind of support to the channel, it's always good to have that. But for the most part, everything is always nice and chilled, and I can at least I can do my best to acknowledge everything that's going on here. There have been a few times when we've had a couple of large raids roll in, and I've missed a couple of things, but I do try to go back. I don't like to miss out on anything that's going on, because, you know, you guys are important to me. I think that, you know, without you guys, I'm just kind of rambling on to a camera and just laughing at my own jokes. It's not, you know, it can only go so far, right? But it's no, I do appreciate you guys coming in here, and I like to recognize everything that you guys are doing to support the channel as much as possible, because I'm enjoying doing this immensely. It's a lot of fun to be taking these images of the night sky and just enlightening some other people to areas of the universe that you just generally won't be able to see geographically or just with light pollution. My area that I'm in is on the scale of the light pollution, which is the Bortle scale. I'll pull that diagram up there. I'm in a 5. There we go. This is a good example here. A city, inner city, is 9. You're not going to see that many stars. You know, I'm in a 5. I can kind of, on a really clear night, on a calm night, I can see a little bit of the band of the Milky Way, but nothing significant. I have been in a dark sky site. It was cloudy. The little fits that we had of any clarity that kind of came through, yeah, there's a lot more stars visible in behind those clouds. Generally, you want to, for the most part, for those who are doing astrophotography, we're kind of, a lot of us are almost in this area, and that's where using those for an inner city. That's where you want to have like those single band pass filters to use to cut out all that light pollution that could that's causing you grief. And those who are in like the 3 to 1, you generally they're not always going to use a light pollution filter. You're not going to have that much impact on the night sky. And if you are using filters, you are just kind of using those to accent your images from in the whole processing. So yeah, I'm in a 5. I would say sometimes borderline 6 after they've installed a lot of the LED lights in the town. But at 1 in the morning, the street lights do go out, and it has a marked improvement on the images that come through there. Kind of that glare, that gradient goes away, and at least then we're able to get some more interesting images kind of coming through that are a little clearer there. And our image of the Bubble Nebula, that is complete. I don't know how that looks. All right, I'm going to do a bit of adjustment on the histogram to make it really interesting. So there we go, 11,000 light years away. And that's all the editing that I'm doing on these images there. I'm not taking them into Photoshop or anything like that. So this is kind of, this is just what comes out of the back of the camera. And I'd say overall, for how wonky the guiding was going, that's not too bad. That's not too bad of an image of the Bubble Nebula. So 11,000 light years away, 10 light years across. To try to give a bit of a sense of scale, our nearest star, the nearest star to us other than our sun, Proxima Centauri, is 4 light years away. So if you were to put our sun at this end, and Proxima Centauri would be just under halfway, and then there's still much more of this Bubble Nebula that's out there. So with the histogram, cutting out certain, no, but the histogram, all I'm doing is just changing the contrast essentially of the image. There's nothing else that's kind of changing with this. You're just kind of same thing if you have like an image in Photoshop and you're just adjusting the levels to just kind of bring the information in a little tighter. So you're darkening up the shadows, you're lightening up the highlights, but otherwise there's no real editing that's kind of going on with the image there. So what we see is what has come out of the back there. And this is one of those areas of the night sky that I wanted to image for such a long time, and just with the what I've shot before, and just with the cameras and I had a little smaller star tracker that was good for a wide field, but as soon as I started to try to shoot anything pretty much over 200 millimeters, I was racked with issues with guiding, whereas I didn't have any guiding, so I was just really relying on the efficiency of the star tracker. At least now, we saw that now you can see here the way how this is going. This is actually a really, really, to me, bad guiding. This total RMS error, I want it to be below 1 to have good guiding. However, at least it's doing its job and keeping the mount as steady as possible, because we still have round stars in these images. And this is a 10-minute exposure, so it's been running for 10 minutes. If there was any real big movements of the scope, or actually not even big movements, little movements, it's going to be amplified, because we're shooting at essentially 1,000 millimeters. It's about 980. But it's easier to just say 1,000 millimeters in focal length. It's really nice. This is still the Bubble Nebula. This was our 10-minute image of the Bubble Nebula, and I love this target as well. There's very few disappointing targets that we have. There are some other areas that I may not have shot as much, and what I'll probably end up doing is, because I have shot the Bubble Nebula quite a bit, is maybe on the next rainy day astronomy session when we do the image processing, I can plunk these these images together, because I do save them. And like I did on Saturday with the Christmas tree cluster, that we pulled a fairly decent image out of that there. So, and those were only with 25 minutes worth of data. This is, when you stack an image, you kind of get rid of all this noise that comes through. That gets averaged out, because the scope is going to move ever so slightly, and that's going to keep all this information is going to stay, but then everything else here kind of gets averaged out. So you're just left with a better signal, better signal to noise ratio. Is your setup portable, so you can put everything in your car and drive to a place with little light pollution and a crystal clear sky? Technically, I could. Really, all I'm missing is a couple of deep cycle marine batteries to kind of power everything. But it's doable to be able to do that there. I think it would just be doing something like that would be my own kind of imaging time. I wouldn't be able to do a IRL stream with that as much as I would like to. There's a lot of lighting and cameras to set up there. Although it's not completely ruled out. I mean, I can find a way to do something like that. It's the only problem with doing something like if I was gonna try to do that, is that when you are going to a remote site, is that you need to know for sure that the weather is going to be holding up, or you are going to be there for a few days to kind of bookend any of the possible weather that might ruin your imaging session there. So at least now with how I have everything, the scope is in the back garden. It takes me about maybe 15-20 minutes to get everything ready from zero to streaming, if all goes well. However, tonight I did have a lot of issues with the ASI Air, and it is still pushing me towards upgrading things. As much as I'd like to, I don't want to have to do that so soon. But especially if something goes wrong out in the field, it's you got to make sure you have like almost double the amount of resources. I have taken some equipment out, some of like the equipment that doesn't need as much power in the past. A couple years ago, did go out into a darker area to get a view of Mars at its previous opposition, when it was closer to us, when our orbits were kind of meeting up there. Things worked out all right. Problem is that condensation started forming on the lens, and it ended the session. That was it. We were done. So I had to kind of pack up a little earlier than anticipated. But now in the case where we do have on the scope here, there is a dew band, a dew heater on there that keeps the mirror warmer, so that we're not going to have any water droplets, any mist kind of forming on there. Although tonight, for the most part, it's all right for the in terms of the dew point. So we're not too fussed on that there. So yeah, that's the non-portability of this rig. But yeah, the Bubble Nebula was discovered in 1787 by Friedrich Wilhelm Herschel with an 8-inch telescope. We use an 8-inch telescope. The nebula is visible as an extremely faint and large shell around a magnitude 8.7 star. The nearby 7th magnitude star on the west hinders observation. That would be that star. That would be that star there. Because when you are using, visually observing any of these objects, like I said before, because our eyes just aren't able to process the data quick enough, you do need a larger scope and a faster focal ratio to be able to see any kind of details. It would become, again, more gray smudgies up in the sky there. Using a 16 to 8-inch scope, one can see the faint nebula is irregular and elongated in the north to south direction. We do not have that kind of telescope, and the garden would not be able to accommodate anything much larger than what we're using right now. All right, it looks like the guiding has kind of calmed down a little bit on the scope, which leads me to believe I might actually even be shooting through a bit of tree branches, which would kind of explain why there isn't a lot of a more dominant gradient on this image there. So if it is kind of shooting through a bit of the trees, then it helps out, kind of cut out a little bit of the pollution. So I'd like to be able to image at least one more section here. The Pac-Man Nebula is on this side, Andromeda as well. Let's go over to the Pinwheel Galaxy, and I think I'm going to point over to the moon. Pinwheel actually might be out of reach. Shouldn't be too bad. We'll give that a go. We're not too far from the from the pack. That is saved. That is, got a screenshot saved there. I always try to save these images, and we do post them up on the Discord, which I do need to kind of give that an overhaul. This week kind of blew by really quick as well. I mean, we're already at Sunday. I've been off work for a week for the holidays, and there's only one more week left. All right. Triangulum is... Is there anything else in between there? Let's go for something that we don't usually look at. We have plenty of pictures of that. Let's go over to a quick little jump over to the Little Dumbbell Nebula. I think this one's adorable. I know the feeling when it comes to having time off. It goes by faster. Like a work day could feel like it takes a week, and a week off lasts about as long as a work day. It's kind of annoying. All right, just make sure the scope is not going to go anywhere. The Phantom Vapor. Hey, how you doing? How you doing tonight? Good to see you in here. How do I find planets with my Celestron Astromaster 114 EQ? Generally, a quick thing would be to have, if you have that's a manual scope, yes? Or is it a go-to? I have to check on that there. I would say a quick thing would be to have something like Sky Safari on your phone, so you can kind of roughly line things up there. Mars right now is going to be, it's manual. Okay, I did use a manual when I had the Skywatcher Star Adventure, and that really kind of helps you learn where the things are in the night sky. Depending where you are on the planet, generally right now, if you're looking at the moon, let me turn my face off for a second here. If you're looking at the moon and out towards the, going along southeast, right there is Mars. And that kind of follows the plane of the ecliptic. And the way I see the planets kind of coming across the sky is that they kind of form this arc where they start going down towards the south. And the planets are always going to be basically along the same line. And right now, Mars is where I am in the east of England. Mars is fairly high in the sky, and it's nice and bright. Jupiter and Saturn, they set fairly quickly after the sun is down. And right now, Mars is going to be the brightest thing to see. Right now, Mars is kind of going behind the trees. Unfortunately, in my back garden. There are previous videos, and earlier on in the evenings, I do try to get a shot of Mars. We will be going over to the moon as soon as we're finished this exposure, which is the Little Dumbbell Nebula. And that tiny dot below the moon, that is the star Aldebaran. It's kind of sitting in the constellation of Taurus right now. So, just a bit of a testament to how bright that star actually is. So it is picking up it is kind of shining through the brightness there. Yeah, so like I said, after this image, we'll go over to Mars. My scope takes pictures. There is a I'll show you when we go over to the moon. There's a bit of a workaround with this. I am using a ASI Air to control everything, which is this guy right here. Now, what I can do with the little dumbbell nebula, because it is so bright, I can do a 5-minute exposure on there. And we should be able to get a decent image coming through there. And then we can move over to the moon and look at some interesting craters, some interesting features on the moon. Which, like I said before, that is kind of taking up and is dominating the eastern area of the night sky, which I have most of the views. Mixed up with Rigel. Yeah, Rigel is in the lower portion of the Orion constellation, which is kind of his foot. If the moon wasn't so darn bright, we would be able to see the Pleiades in here, which would kind of sit up in the... Actually, no, you can kind of see them. They're about there. So we have a little bit of kind of clarity coming through with the outdoor cam. In this section would be the Pleiades. Is your telescope programmed to find the planets without putting in coordinates? Nope. I am using this little bit of kit, the ASI Air from ZWO, and when I do choose any targets, there's a catalog that we have options of, and it'll be able to point to these these predetermined, I guess, more of the popular targets that are available in the night sky, depending on which catalog we're using. So I guess in a way that is kind of pre-programmed, but it knows where it's pointing. So yeah. Samsung TV, thank you for pronouncing it ZWO. No worries. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the observatory. Glad to have you in here. Welcome to our community. The Phantom Vapor, thank you very much for joining the observatory. Glad to have you in as well. For those of you who are new to the channel, I am Tom. I'm the Astro Canuck, and my goal of this channel is to be able to share the night sky with you guys. I take images of planets and nebulae and galaxies with this telescope and a ZWO ASI 533 dedicated astronomy camera, and yeah, we kind of share them through the ASI Air as they kind of come in there. I'll take longer exposures of some targets there. I can't do live stacking with this original version. However, I can take some 10-minute exposures, 5-minute exposures, and really just kind of ramble on about the targets that we're shooting. And you know, if there's any kind of questions that kind of come up about astrophotography, astronomy, I do my best to answer them to the best of my knowledge, to kind of hopefully satisfy you guys with the answer, or at least point you in the right direction. So yeah, if you got any questions, fire away. I've seen some of your pics on Instagram. I'm not certain, but the name is familiar. I like the familiarity that's kind of popping around there, but good to have you in here. Instagram, same name, Astro Canuck. Twitter, the Astro Canuck, because for some reason someone else has Astro Canuck and they don't use it. Although I cannot be the only Canadian astrophotographer out there. I know I'm not, but for picking that name. I'm also in the east of England, for those of you wondering why all of a sudden, if you're in Canada right now, why I have a dark sky out there. I live in the UK, been here for the past 10 years now, and whenever we have some clear skies, I am imaging the night sky. Can you see Saturn good with that? I have not been able to image Saturn directly. It does kind of sit, once kind of Saturn and Jupiter are up there in like this lower area of the sky for me, which is also blocked by trees and my neighbor's house. But for the most part, with this scope, then Saturn would look pretty good with this one. Not, there's other scopes that are going to have a much longer focal length that'll work out really well. But yeah, Saturn can be visible here. Kevlar, good to see you in here. How are you doing tonight? Hey, my face is gone. Nobody's complaining about not seeing me. Kevlar, good to see you in here. Don't suppose you got my Explorer Scientific 0.7 reducer flattener. Can't find it anywhere. No, sorry. I do not. Is it missing in the mail, or is it you just misplaced it somewhere in the house? Cut the tree down. You're in the northeast of England. Cool. Well, glad to have you in here. Cut the tree down. I have got that priced out. It is way too large for me to handle myself. It's about 300 pounds for a tree surgeon to come in and even just to trim it. Also, there are birds nesting up in there, so I'm not about to cut that one down either. It's and the other tree offers up some flowers for the bees in the summertime. So I'll try to work with nature as much as possible. Is it possible to see the great red spot on Jupiter's new setup? I believe it would be. I mean, we've been able to kind of look at Mars in some okay detail. Generally, when you are taking images of the planets, you want to take video and then do a process of it, because the atmospheric disturbance is always going to muck about with the views, and we'll see that when we kind of move over to the moon in just a second here. This is the Little Dumbbell Nebula. It was just a 5-minute exposure. Just wanted to get a little bit of it processed on there. But this is a tiny little, well, I mean, on screen it's tiny. A planetary nebula in the constellation of Perseus, and one of the only 4 planetary nebulae in Messier's catalog. So this is also Messier 76 or NGC 650. Are you able to see the star that they found the radio signals coming from? That is Proxima Centauri, which is readily visible from the southern hemisphere, unfortunately. So, no, I have not. This is also known as the Little Dumbbell Nebula, or the Barbell Nebula, or the Cork Nebula, which is easy to kind of see that this is the kind of rectangular area is the brighter object in there. Do I believe in aliens? Savvy, you do. I don't see why of all the planets in the entire universe that we should be the only planet to have any type of life on. To say aliens are a myth would be like saying life on Earth is a myth too. Oh, that's the same thing as saying taking a cup of water out of the ocean, looking at it and saying, nope, there's no whales, there's no life in this. So yeah, I mean, it's tough to say that. I mean, of the seemingly infinite possibilities, is there life as interesting and as complex as us? Maybe, but our radio signals have only kind of created this 200 light year bubble around us, so they haven't gone that far into out to interstellar space. So it's it's difficult to be able to say conclusively how why we haven't heard any communications, because if someone was to send a signal from the Andromeda galaxy and we were to hear it today, they would have had to have sent it 2.5 million years ago, and by then who knows what's happened in that time span. So yeah, it's tough. I mean, you know, look at us. Maybe we're the aliens. Look at everything else on Earth. There aren't many other things that kind of look like us, and there's other things that look more like other things. And it's a crazy thought to kind of get into the possibilities of that there. And really, also, if there is no other life out there in the universe, it's also pretty sad knowing that we're the only kind of history keepers, the record keepers of everything that's kind of gone on. So yeah, that's the little dumbbell nebula. I do like this one. It is kind of cute. It's very similar, kind of almost similar shape to the dumbbell nebula, which is how it kind of got its little moniker there. We will save that down and we will hop over to the moon because it's nice and high in the sky, and not so much that I've run out of targets in this end, but I don't trust the weather all the time. It says it's going to be clear till about 11 o'clock, but I do want to be able to have a peek elsewhere. So let's do a quick exposure on here. And this will be an example of what plate solving can do. So I will pick the moon. Yep. Pick the moon as our target. Do the plate solve. So it's going to look at all the stars that are in the position there, and we are going to slew over to the moon. And while that's doing its thing, I'll catch up on chat. To listen to lectures from Professor Paul Davis, because life is very, very hard. That is true. That is, of all the ways that life could be extinguished. I mean, like Jupiter is responsible for being able to shepherd a lot of these larger asteroids that would cause, you know, an ecological catastrophe on the planet, which has allowed enough of a time where we can evolve to more interesting forms of life. I believe it was Proxima Centauri that that someone said it was coming from, in that area. But there have been other times when radio signals have come through, and it can be from pulsars as well that we're getting this information from. Checked outside and you can't even see the moon. It's way too foggy. That's no good. We've been under some clouds for quite a while, and it's like I said before, anytime it's going to be clear, I want to be able to get these images out to you guys. If it starts raining, you need to run outside and grab the scope. I do have a cover for the scope, and I've only been caught out once with a bit of drizzle, and yeah, it's not too dire. I'm probably about maybe 20 feet away from the scope at the moment, so we'll if that happens, that's an easy fix. However, there's no rain forecast. Let me see what I get updated. Hang on, before I check the weather, let me get the moon up there, because it's very nice to look at. Hello, moon. It's not pointed quite at the moon. It should have. There we are. adjust the tracking so it'll track the moon. Now this is too long of an exposure, so give me 1 second here. And apologies for blinding anybody who I don't need to guide while I'm on the moon, who may have been looking on a phone in the dark. Sorry for blinding you there. Now, because the moon is nice and bright, we do not need a very long exposure time on there. So what I will do on the preview, we'll just kind of keep snapping images of the moon here. And then in a minute, once I'm done rambling on about some other things, we will yeah, so raining, get a scope cover on, which looks like a ghost. It has some eyes and a mustache on there. So since the moon kind of looks like the sun, is it possible to take pictures of the sun as well? I can with you just need a solar filter on the front of the scope, or a telescope that's designed to look at the sun in different wavelengths. There is another streamer, goes by the screen name of Econ Greg. He's been doing this a lot longer than I have, and he does take live images of the sun. And actually, I'm going to indulge me for a moment here. That is Econ Greg. He is my he's my inspiration for doing this as well. I just love what he does with astrophotography and astronomy, and he has a great community going on there as well. And he is currently live at the moment. He's looking at the sun. I'm looking at the moon. And let me pull that up there. There you go. Phantom Vapor. Just saw you follow Greg. Excellent.
Hey, the Phantom Vapor. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to Big Scope Club. You're the newsman of the congregation. Been showed by Pope Joe.
Right. We still got the moon going down there. So this is Econ Greg.
We're I-850I. Yeah, this is the sun. We're looking at the sun live from my telescope right here. It's a double stack blunt 80 millimeter. This is the sun in hydrogen alpha, and let me show you the edge. It's behind the tree right now. There's a tree kind of getting in the way, but we can still see it. There you go. Now you can see. There's the edge of the sun, and these are some sunspot groups that we're looking at.
So yeah, he's a great inspiration to me, and I like how much he.
Yeah, so you're filling in the void. But so if I were to snap my fingers and magically teleport you to some random point in space, and you were in a spacesuit, and you could look around.
He's looking at the sun right now in hydrogen alpha, and we're looking at the moon right now in a narrow band.
This is in the entire
so I think it's kind of cool.
Universe, which right now is 96 billion light years across. The question is, when you open open your eyes, what do you see? All right, so I've just random. You could be equal probability of being located at any random point in the universe. And the question is, what do you see when you open your eyes? And the answer is nothing. 99.99999% of the universe is just...
My scope's a reflector.
And the fact that
so are they any good? Yeah, reflector. I'm using a reflector.
Nothingness
the scope that we're using right now. It's a Richie Chrétien design.
Just the fact that this coffee cup is here. Most of the universe is just nothing.
But it's just the primary mirror in the back and a secondary mirror in the front, and then it goes right back into the camera there. Whereas with a Newtonian reflector, you kind of have it off to the side. It's interesting he can get those images of the sun. He's using a telescope that is only looking in the hydrogen alpha wavelength, and that is that right here. That's all the light you're getting from the sun. So you're kind of seeing beyond the that white light layer that you can see with just a solar cover on there. So he's looking a little deeper into the next way down to be able to see that level of the sun's details. So yeah, he's been doing it a lot longer. He's got a great following on there, and yeah, he's, like I said before, he's been my inspiration for getting this whole channel going as well. Hey, Third Rock. You need to upgrade to something like the Hubble telescope, or whatever the next generation is called next. We don't mention the name of the next generation scope, because every time you say its name, you delay its launch by about half an hour and increase the budget by about $500,000. So it was supposed to be launched almost a few years ago, many years ago, but there's always delays. So until it launches, we try not to say its name. But the scope that I am using is a smaller, it's the same configuration as what the Hubble Space Telescope is, with that Richie Chrétien design. It's just on a much smaller scale. And he's using a 12,000 Lunt double stack solar scope. Hey, Fat Cow Jay. How you doing tonight? Good to see you in here. How you been? Good to see you. Is the new telescope different from the Hubble? It is. It will be kind of observing in the infrared, and it'll be able to see a lot farther than what we are able to see with the scope now. And it will be, yeah, it'll be very interesting to see. It's going to be, once it launches, it's going out into an area of our in our orbits that is inaccessible to any maintenance. So this thing has to work. Unlike the Hubble telescope, when it went up, there were issues with it, and they had to do some repairs, which was easily, because it wasn't in such its orbit was much closer to us. Whereas the new scope is going to be going out to a much farther point in a more gravitationally stable area called a Lagrange point. And there are a few of these areas around the Sun and Moon Earth combo that isn't affected by gravity as much. So yeah, that's I'm going to step back from there we go. We'll turn this back on. But yeah, we'll have some interesting views coming from the new scope. Our scope is the same configuration as the Hubble Space Telescope. Yeah, good to see you, Fat Cow Jay. Hope you've been keeping well. Hope you had a good holiday. It's absolutely crazy that everything we do science-wise when it comes to the universe, or even our own solar system, takes so long. Yes, I wrote a paper on graphic design, and in terms of science communications, and also did a dissertation on Pluto, in that regard, of how we went from this discovery to imaging the dwarf planet. And yeah, things can take a long time. And you know, usually when we kind of see things happen, it's as it seems as kind of instantaneous. However, it takes a lot of time for the for the data to kind of come in and to be able to get the information kind of coming through there, that it seems instantaneous, but it's not. You know, it's science takes time, and when you see some of these discoveries that are listed, that are published, like there's like years of research that goes into it before anything is actually confirmed. So, you know, when in this day and age where communication moves around so fast, you know, if the wrong information gets out there, then yeah, it's tough to kind of have credible information coming through with science. I'm just gonna turn my heater on for a second because it is cold. It's cold. Third rock. The Facebook thought police are calling amateurs' photos of the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction fake false drawings because Hubble couldn't take that image. Couldn't take an image of it, so it must be fake. What bull squirt? As if astrophotography isn't hard enough, we now have people telling those shots are fake. And that's a tough one. To deny what we're looking at is a fake thing. Also, the Hubble telescope, its focal length isn't designed to look at planetary images. It's designed to look out much farther. So, yeah, no, Hubble can't get these great views because it's not designed to be looking inside our solar system. You know, it's not, you know, there are images of Pluto that Hubble took, which is very grainy. And also, you know, notwithstanding that it is far away. It's billions of miles away from our point. So, yeah, it's really tiny. Pluto is incredibly tiny. It doesn't show up any more than a dim little dot in the scope. Especially how Clyde Tombaugh discovered it, and it was, you know, barely visible in those plates. So, yeah, Hubble telescope someone trying to say that the Hubble telescope can't view the planets. That's true. It's not designed for that. It's designed to look out much farther, so it's not going to be oriented to look at the planets in any great detail. I'm at a meter in focal length, and you know, this is the kind of, for me, like right now, the best view of the moon I can get. If I was to use a a telescope that was more designed to look much farther, then yeah, we'd have like very, very close views of the moon that could look all right, but so I can do planetary. However, to tell someone that their hard work is fake, especially astrophotography, sends me into a rage. It gets my goat as well. It's true, because, you know, there has only been a few instances. Sorry, I'll jump back to your comment in a second, Light Stalker, where someone has come in and saying, into this chat at least, I guess thankfully that we're still fairly small at the moment, and saying that the image that they don't believe what I was shooting was an actual image, that it was just a computer generated thing. And for the most part, like, it takes a lot more work to make a computer generated image of something than it is to kind of point the scope out there and shoot it. You know, it's annoying that just to be a contrarian for the sake of being a troll, there's no benefit in that. Who does that benefit? Like, what is the point of getting someone all riled up and saying it's fake? I remember reading that they wanted to take pictures of Pluto a couple years ago, and I was so excited. Until I read how long it'd take for the probe to actually get there. Well, yeah, the New Horizons. It took I can't remember offhand how long it took, but it was a long time to get that program off the ground. But yeah, to see those images coming through of Pluto is incredible. James Vade, how are you doing? My favorite statement is, well, they're all photoshopped, right? That's the other thing, is people are using the word Photoshop as a bit of a derogatory term. All right, hang on a second. There's a plane going over. I don't know if it's going to pass by the moon. You can see that. There's a plane. Will it go through our shot? I don't think so. Nah. Nope, no plane. I don't blame them. They're really dumb people out there. Well, I wouldn't so much say that they're dumb, but it's more of an ignorance that kind of seems to come out. That comes from that there. And you know, this is right now. This image of the moon, it's not photoshopped at all, and we're just taking a picture of it. It's you know, it's 0.2 of a second. And Tycho is 53.4 miles across, which is that one there. One of the more dominant ones that you can kind of see from Earth. Because, yeah, you can see a lot of the ejecta that radiates outwards from that. New Horizons was launched in 2016, and the pictures of Pluto were taken in 2015. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Needed that refreshed. So yeah, it takes a long time. Like the Voyager probes, while they have kind of left the entered into the interstellar medium, for them to get to the next star, it's still going to take about another 800,000 years to reach the closest star. Although they are going in two different directions. I can't remember which one is kind of going relatively towards Proxima Centauri, if they are, but just that span of time. I certainly don't use Photoshop on any of my images. Are you saying that you use mainly PixInsight? Yeah, to use the word Photoshop as a derogatory term towards astrophotography is tough. Yeah, we downloaded the CGI from NASA. We're all in on it, remember? Yeah, sorry, yeah, all the NASA CGI. This is the latest data set from NASA. Dylan O'Donnell threw us under the bus. I thought that video was hilarious. I found the humor in that. There was a lot of people who did not. There was a lot of people who he angered a few people on that one there. The best argument of 2020 is that 5G towers caused the oh god. The 5G towers thing. No, I mean, there's 5G cropping out of your router right now. Anyway, stuff like that. It's just people saying. And the problem is that the internet can be a very dangerous place. You know, it was handed to us without any sort of manual whatsoever. It's just, here's the internet, do what you want with it. So, you know, there are some people who just don't have any bullshit filter. They just take everything at face value, unfortunately. Which is why when I'm kind of spouting off any information on here, is I want to make sure that I'm giving the right information. And if I have got it wrong, I do appreciate those who kind of fill in the gaps as well, because you know I don't know everything about astronomy, don't know everything about astrophotography, but I'm just happy to share what I do know. Take social media with as face value. I take it with less than a grain of salt. Any information that comes out on there. So yeah. All right, we're taking these images of the moon. Now I'm going to switch that up. We're going to go to the focus mode on the ASI Air, which allows more of a live view to come out there. I'll give that a second. That focus mode may not be working for some reason. Oh, it's not working. There we go. Sorry for blinding you guys. I apologize. I'm sorry. There we go. Alright, this is more of a live view of the moon. This setting on the ASI Air is designed for getting focus on your stars. I don't have an actual video view on there. So, this is a bit of my workaround for being able to look at the moon live, as it were. There's good, truthful info on social media. Sadly, they deem 90% of it all as fake and false, so people ignore it. The classic belief is that you want to, is what we want you to, the classic belief, what we want you to not what is really going on. I read that wrong, didn't I? I get what you're saying on there. But yeah, sometimes there's a T-shirt that I saw that Paul Matt Sutter was kind of touting, was that if it's interesting, it's probably fake, or it's probably a lie, it's probably false. That you get the sensationalized things going on there. No, there's something up. That's a number you're familiar with, 65535. How are you familiar with that number, Fat Cow J? Multiplexing. Oop. Let's try to get a bit of a better view of the moon. Nope, it's not a better view. Right. Oh, this is unfortunate. Something is up with the ASI Air, with the connection right now, because it's stopping. Everything else is still doing its thing. That works, but it stopped shooting. I have to reset that. That's annoying. So I do apologize for the breaks in imaging there. So that is the Tycho crater, and as informed before, it's 54 miles or 85 kilometers across. OX4D, or Oxad. I'm going to butcher names all the time. Thank you very much for joining the observatory. Welcome into our community. Glad to have you in here. I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. Good to see you. Oxford? Is it Oxford? Because if that is, I like that. I like that very much. We are imaging the moon right now. We're having a look at the moon because that is dominating the night sky. Oxford. You got it quicker than I did. Thanks, Fat Cow. Thank you. Oxford, welcome in. Good to see you here. That hobby has come in handy today. I appreciate that. I appreciate your hobby. So yeah, we're trying to get some images of the moon here. Ooh, a little too much there. So as you can see, how it's kind of moving. That's that atmosphere I was talking about before, where it is kind of causing a little bit of distortion in the image there. So it's not just the scope moving around; it is the atmosphere interfering with things. And we are at a 95% full moon right now, so it is pretty much a full moon at the moment. And it's almost time for coffee. So this is our view from the back garden. That is our 8-inch scope and our astronomy dedicated camera. We are pointed at the moon right now. I could probably even try to. I'm interested now. Can we get the moon and Aldebaran in the same shot? No, we cannot. They are much farther away than this is kind of letting on there. Quick question: what's the air temperature at your end right now? We are currently sitting at 2 degrees Celsius. So the atmospheric distortion is much more visible on closer targets then. Yeah, it's more readily seen in that way. Also, when you are kind of shooting lower into the atmosphere, when you're shooting lower towards the horizon, you're shooting through much more atmosphere, and also when it's hotter, it is really noticeable. How is your camera still working? It's designed, the astronomy dedicated camera is designed to be working in lower temps. Even the sensor itself right now is cooled to minus 15 degrees below zero. So that kind of gets rid of any of the noise. But because we're shooting such short exposures on here, there's not going to be any real noise to kind of deal with unless we really do a large histogram stretch. And just kind of blow out some of the features on there. So I can probably even do. Let's adjust the exposures there. If we do some quicker exposures, we can kind of mitigate a little bit of that. There we go, a little better. Now there seems to be something up with, there we go. Now we're back. So yeah, we're currently looking at the Tycho crater. And see what we have visible. There are some other craters in the area. There's many craters in the area that all have their own little names. Then there's this the Mare, which is the Mare Nubium. So the mare on the moon, or the seas on the moon, have low albedo, relatively smooth, plain, generally of a large extent. Now they go on to talk about how Mars has a sea of clouds. We don't want to talk about Mars, we want to talk about the moon. So also, let's move over towards the Terminator. There's not much of a Terminator for the moon at the moment. And this is the Copernicus crater. Oh, wrong way. Now, what I do like just the way how the sun is kind of hitting things at the moment. The Aristarchus crater down here is really showing up really bright. Just the way how the sun is hitting that there. It is a much more brighter feature on the moon at the moment. There we go. Now it's and see, when you kind of get to the, because there's just a little bit of a shadow on the moon, and what is called the Terminator, and to be able to see. Let's see if I can zoom in on these areas here. The details kind of coming through. You can get a little bit more of an idea of the depth of these craters. There we go. That's a little bit better of a view there. So this area of the moon that we're looking at right now is this crater is that's Cercalis A and B, or sorry, Cercalis and Cercalis A. I believe that's what we're. Are we on that one there? I don't think so. Actually, I might be on the wrong one there. I have to reorient this map here. Brooks B17, how you doing? Thank you for joining the observatory. Welcome into our community. Glad to have you in here. We are currently looking at the moon right now. I'm Tom. I'm the Astro Canuck. And tonight we are doing what this channel is meant to be doing, and that is sharing live images of outer space. And right now, because we're basically in a full moon, it's dominating our area of the night sky that we can see. We're looking at any little areas of the moon that we can get our views on. So we're just looking at it's kind of a double crater on the moon right now, and that kind of movement that you see, that's not so much that the telescope is moving, but that is just our atmosphere obscuring the views of the moon. So we do have a bit of a wider shot of the moon there. Let me get rid of that there so we can see. So we're looking at the moon right now. I am in the east of England, and yeah, when the skies are clear, we are taking images of the night sky and sharing them with you live on screen. And when we do have some cloudy nights, we do some image processing, so you can show you guys what goes into creating an astrophoto. Whereas sometimes a single image can be very dull and boring, and it takes a while to bring these details out. But at least the moon is nice and bright, so we're able to get these shots and get a lot more detail coming through there. So we'll zoom in on this section here. This is the Aristarchus crater, which the way how the sunlight is kind of hitting the moon right now, it's really really highlighting this area. And you can see there's a lot of atmospheric disturbance, so we do get those fits of kind of that clear, those clear views every now and then. So when you are doing planetary imaging or even lunar imaging, generally for a picture you want to take, you want to start taking videos, so you can kind of take those frames that are, you know, in sharp focus and then stack those on top of each other to build your image up. Whereas with if you're shooting a galaxy or a nebulae, it's, you know, those objects are much farther away and aren't as impacted on the atmospheric disturbances as these areas of these objects in the night sky are. So also that is due, there is a chance of that the exhaust coming from my neighbor's house, from their heating being on, might also be kind of heating up the air just in the immediate area, kind of causing some of those views. But yeah, for now we're looking at the moon. It's I don't have many views to the just turn their heater off. I know, but they're gonna freeze, and they're a lovely older couple who I don't want to muck up their evening. But yeah, we've been and I'm just kidding about knocking my other neighbor's house down too. Gotcha. So this the crater that we're looking at right now is about 40 kilometers across. So while a lot of these features on the moon, you know, as small as it kind of looks, these are massive craters on the moon. And even on my list here, it kind of says it's a circular depression, usually impact related, but may be volcanic in origin. This information I'm just kind of pulling up off of my Sky Safari Pro, so they have a little bit of details on all the craters there. But you know, imagine just driving to another city, which is, you know, 40 kilometers away, or how many miles is that? 18 miles away? My conversion is terrible. I make numbers look good. I don't add them up. So yeah, I do think that if the moon was maybe a little higher in the sky, we could probably kind of get above any of that heat that's kind of coming off the neighbor's roof there. But again, that interesting area of the along the terminator, where there's still that shadow of the moon before the whole thing is illuminated by the sun, gives us a little bit more idea of the depth of the craters that are on the moon. Whereas when you're looking at it when it's fully illuminated, you don't get to see just how deep some of these craters are. So when there's a lot of astrophotography, a lot of astro imaging of the moon, most of the time we're gonna favor when it's not a completely full moon, when there's some interesting areas. I would hope that when the kind of that lunar X and the lunar V is visible, that we can kind of get some shots of the moon, and that's only when it's at a certain percentage of fullness, because that's when the light is kind of hitting those areas of the moon, or it does kind of form a X and a V. And I do hope that a little later on in the night, actually fairly soon, is I should be able to see the 37 cluster, which we were mentioning earlier on tonight. And that is an asterism that looks like the number 37. One of those few objects in the night sky that fits its name. Whereas I use the Wizard Nebula as an example of a you know, the shape in the night sky that doesn't look. It's also known as the Harry Potter Nebula or the Golden Snitch Nebula, and I don't see it. I don't see how that looks like that area looks like it. but it could just be that they're naming these objects to make them a little more popular. These this is a shot of the Wizard Nebula from a few sessions ago. Neighbors and trees are ruining the sky. I know. I need to move out to an area that's a lot more open. Less trees and neighbors. Uncle Bill? Hey kids, it's Uncle Bill. How you doing tonight? Backyard astronomers always want to destroy neighbors' trees, houses, lights, such a violent bunch, and rightfully so. Get out of our way and you give me my sky. Good to see you in here tonight. How have you been? How have you been doing? Just checked the light pollution in my area. Apparently it's borderline class 4. Getting below class 3 seems to be pretty hard. Bortle 4 isn't that bad at all. I mean, Bortle 5 is all right, but you know, obviously, the lower you're going, that's pretty good. I have a semi-processed wizard from Thursday night. I'll drop it in Discord. All right, cool. Yeah, my last version of the Wizard Nebula didn't turn. Well, I mean, I felt it again. It was kind of rushed over time there, but. We'll see how things turn out there. Uncle Bill, you're good. Still on audio. You're on audio only right now. Okay, so right now we're looking at the Wizard Nebula, and it doesn't look anything like the Golden Snitch from Harry Potter, and I don't like that. But right now, also we have clear skies right now in the UK, and we are having a look at the moon right now. We're kind of currently looking at the area close to the Tycho crater, just along the Terminator right now, and there's many craters and lovely contrast that's going on. And my equipment had been giving me some headaches earlier on tonight, so there was almost a chance that it was just going to be completely audio at this point anyway. So glad that we got the gremlins sorted out, but I am still leaning towards getting a new ASI Air Pro. So that's the descriptive video. Notice my hair is starting to look stupid. Video description of me. I'm wearing a Canada t-shirt. I have a luscious beard and a very soothing voice. How did Canuck end up in the UK? Or maybe I shouldn't ask. No, it is a story I'm happy to share. 10 years ago, the missus and I came out here on an adventure, and we thought it was only going to last about 2 years, and it turned into a chance to have more options to visit areas in Europe. We were able to get another form of visa for ancestry, and now we are British citizens. It just kind of spiraled out of control. Right, and there's a bit of a gremlin. The imaging stopped on the focus for the ASIR, and it shouldn't be doing that. So we got that back up and running. But as soon as that loading bar stops and the roiling, as soon as the moon looks nice and still and calm, then we know something's wrong. It is a powerful beard. Thank you. Thank you. I do what I can with it. I think it also is in need of a trim as well. I did have the Christmas lights in it for the holidays, but the batteries are kind of dying on these things. It's not holding the charge, but the Christmas lights in the beard were kind of popular. They were well received. So maybe I'll buy some new batteries, and that'll be for the New Year's stream. We'll celebrate that way as well. And like I said before, Christmas, we had that Christmas hangout. For the New Year, I will do the same thing as well to offer a place for those who I know. A lot of people do like to have a party on New Year's, and right now a lot of us can't do that. And for those who can't, or those who are just unable to kind of get out, I'll be doing the same thing, offering a bit of a bit of a hangout. We will we'll celebrate New Year's in the UK together, and wherever you guys are, we'll probably have several countdowns. Maybe we'll get something together there. But yeah, just have some fun on those days as well. Not that we don't really have fun on these channels, on these streams as well. But yeah, it's good to see you guys hanging out here, and I appreciate you guys coming into the channel as well. For those new followers, those new members of the observatory, very happy to have you guys in here. It's we're approaching 300 followers, and that is really cool. We started doing this in October this year, and yeah, not quite sure how things were going to go, and I'm enjoying it immensely. I'm having a good time doing this, and for the small hiccups and the small gremlins that come with the territory of astrophotography, it just offers up some more learning experiences. I attempted trimming my beard and cutting my hair 3 times during this pandemic. I'm getting better, but I suspect an animal groomer could probably do a better job. I've been taking care of my hair myself as well. It's the trimmers that I have, they've not so much that they crapped out, but they do need some maintenance. I think they're kind of clogged up with like the proper hair clippers. I've had them for a while, so probably just needs a little bit of TLC. So I just have a beard trimmer right now to kind of take care of things. Yeah, it's worked out all right. I'm contemplating just kind of doing a little bit of a shave down to the grain, just to have less to worry about, less faffing about in the day. And to be honest, I pretty myself up for you guys, Space plus compatriot equals love. Right there. I've seen people do this before on their streams, and it like people start going crazy, and the chat goes wild, and all this crazy shit starts happening. I guess I'm not doing it right. All right, let us move over to the sea of... Hey! Samsung TV. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the subscription. Appreciate that. Welcome as the assistant to the observatory. Thank you, thank you. Excellent. Getting some shared emotes out there. That is cool. I like that little option that that Twitch does to kind of share the love. Get some new emotes that kind of come out there. Appreciate that very much. I really do. Really, really do. I mean, you guys have been an incredible support for this thing, and yeah, I mean, what I want to be doing is bringing you guys as many interesting images of the night sky as possible, and for what any of the funds that kind of come in from this channel, that's what it goes towards. It's just equipment that I can use to bring you guys images that are going to look a little better and give some different options, and just to be able to image longer. And we have kind of reached that first kind of goal of being able to image longer, because I do have a dew heater system set up. This was a new telescope that I bought a few months ago, and yeah, I didn't have the means to be able to combat any condensation. So with a bit of a issue from the rain getting one of my power sources wet and kind of forcing me to buy the dew heater, at least there was a bit of a contribution that kind of came from the funds from this channel that went towards that, and we're able to image as long as possible, as long as the rain doesn't magically come in. And we're doing that. So appreciate the sub, appreciate all the subs, appreciate the bits that come in. It's like I said before, it's never a necessity, and I'm glad that you guys are supportive of the channel. Yeah, just thank you guys immensely for that. Thank you. Those of unfamiliar who are might be familiar with some subtrains, mine is kind of a bit of the opposite. Hey, Lightstalker, thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. You have staved off my my inevitable death into the supermassive black hole. The whole idea of the subtrain, that is to, I'm not running towards the goal, I'm trying to run away from this. Ever edging ever so closer into the event horizon, which is what my little sprite does not want to be doing there. But yes, Lightstalker, welcome as an assistant to the observatory. For those who are on the Discord, which when was the last time the Astrobot updated that? I will be putting in some data sets as well for some Astro images. For those who are maybe new to astrophotography, I will try to put up as much good data as possible. So those who might have who may not have certain equipment available, you can kind of give a bit of a shot at doing some image processing. And that is a subscriber channel on the Discord there. And speaking of a black hole, Sagittarius A star, yes, that's what it's called. Is it possible to see that region of space with your telescope? It is not. Not only is it the kind of the core of the Milky Way is more to the south, it's more those who are in the southern hemisphere who have a better view of the core of the galaxy, because those in like Australia and New Zealand, that kind of points more readily towards the center of our galaxy, whereas us in the northern hemisphere, we get the Big Dipper and Polaris and some of Sagittarius. Other than that, it's for me it's not readily available, unfortunately. So that is all right, because we have some other interesting targets to look at. And eventually, I will have an area set up, an area with an observatory set up where I'll have much more of the night sky available. Right now, like I said before, I have the view to the east, to the northeast, and a little bit to the southeast. Other than that, everything is blocked by trees and neighbors. But yeah, for now, we are peering at the moon, which shortly I will attempt to have a look at the 37 cluster, because it's the number 37 out in space. Not quite the number 42, but at least it's a little asterism that looks like the number 37, which is build a tower in your backyard and place the telescope on top of it. There are looking at some places whenever I'm visiting Canada and driving by farmhouses and they have the large grain silos, I always think, would that be a good structure for an observatory? And kind of looking into it, really what we'd have to do is you got to kind of fill that up with sand to make that as stable as possible, because any little wind is going to move that structure around and just totally screw up your imaging there. So it's an option, but it would be a little bit of engineering. So it's better to kind of have a flat, stable ground or a mountaintop with a clear sky. Epic Developer, thank you for the follow. Looks interesting. Follow is incoming. Follow has come in. Thank you. Welcome to the observatory. Glad to have you in our community. We are currently looking at the moon right now, as it is dominating the night sky around me. I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and I'm living in the east of England, shooting live images of space and sharing them with you guys and rambling on about my favorite science as much as possible. Glad to have you in here. We are, like I said, we have some clear skies that are going to last, that are forecasted to last until about 11 o'clock tonight. So we'll be, we'll be running this as long as possible. And I'm just going to have a quick look at the weather to see how well that forecast is holding up, to see if we will be cutting things short or going any longer. Like I said, anytime that the skies are clear, I want to be able to do imaging with you guys whenever the skies are not clear. We do some image processing, so you guys can see what kind of goes into an astrophotograph. You can really tell how the moon has moved from the mid left to more top center of the picture. And it does follow that arc, and unfortunately there are a lot of interesting targets in this area right now that the moon is just kind of plotting out at the moment. So at least right now, looking at, there's a 10% chance of rain right now with absolutely no clouds rolling in. A little bit of magic rain. We're at 3 degrees, feeling like 0. But that is nice and cool. The cooler the skies are as well, the more stable the atmosphere is going to be. So actually, while these images that we have kind of coming in from the moon, there's not a lot of movement on there. So it's looking pretty good. But yeah, right now, yeah, the weather looks like it's going to hold up. That is really good. Happy for that. And yeah, so we might come. We'll come back to the moon. We're currently looking right now at the Sea of Tranquility. Let me get the directions right. There we go. And you can also see on here one of the benefits of using the color camera. Let me see if I can adjust things a little more. Is that you can kind of see a bit of the mineral moon. Meaning that the moon isn't completely gray. We're trying to get any details out of there because this area is a little richer in iron oxide, in the rust, and this one is more of the titanium, which kind of looks a little more blue. Let me get that right information there, because I don't like giving out the wrong information. But yeah, once you do a little processing on the moon, you can kind of start to pull out some of the some colors within there, depending on what filter you have as well. Broadband is probably going to work a little better for you. There you go. So the red, you got the iron oxide, and the blue, where some of the basalts usually contain high amounts of titanium oxide, and in addition to iron oxide, making for even lower reflectance. Making for lower reflectance. Titanium oxide also shifts the color of the mare from red to blue, so which is why we're seeing in this area, at least on my screen, there's a definite difference between this color of the mare and this one here. So kind of being able to pick those details out is it's kind of cool. Usually with a monochrome camera, which is always going to kind of give you a bit better contrast and detail, but at least with a one-shot color camera, we're starting to see a little bit of these colors kind of coming through. And see if I can exaggerate it a little more. I'm really stretching things now, kind of blowing things out of proportion here. But at least now we're able to see maybe some of the color that's in there. Fat Cow J, you're gonna head to bed? No worries. Thank you very much for coming in here. Appreciate you stopping by, and yeah, we look forward to seeing you on the next one there. I will keep you guys informed of when the next stream is going to be. Like I said, I am largely dictated by the weather, and if there are going to be clear skies, I'll let you guys know as soon as possible on Discord and Twitter. But for now, Fat Cow J, have a good sleep, have a good rest, and we will catch you soon. Take care, man. So yeah, I'm just trying to find the 37 cluster, because we should be able to see that through the brightness of the moon. That should be available for us. We'll pan down over to the Copernicus crater, because that's always an interesting one to look at as well, because it does have a nice contrast against the Mare. Still a lot of processing to do, but pick up on Discord. That's the Wizard Nebula. Background extraction, noise reduction, etc. still need to be worked on. All right, cool. There you go. We will leave it on the Copernicus crater at the moment, which you said is 96 kilometers across. 100 kilometers or 60 miles-ish. So that section here. Trying to get some as best a contrast as possible. It is the very sure it's the neighbor's heating that is causing a lot more of the atmospheric disturbance. But yeah, for those who do any astrophotography, we do have spaces up on our Discord channel as well to kind of share those images, because it's always great to see what other people are doing with astrophotography. Yeah, that's looking good so far. That is, you see, they still gotta do background extraction and noise reduction, but yeah, still for the data that you have there. Oop. There we go. There's the internet. No, that is looking good, and especially with the kind of getting rid of that there. Not a big issue to kind of get rid of the vignetting and evening out the colors there. I attempt astrophotography, but I prefer to watch others do it. Less frustrating. There can be a big learning curve, and each target is going to have its own little nuances that you want to be able to pull as much detail out of. I always use the Orion Nebula as a good example, because there's a lot of faint details around it, but that core can easily be blown out. So you do have to do, pardon me, a little bit of HDR toning on your images there, so that you can keep the details of the trapezium cluster in the middle there, but also be able to show all the wonderful wispy clouds of gas and dust that have kind of been ejected from that area and kind of blown out. And like in the case of the Wizard Nebula that we're looking at, also again called the Golden Snitch or the Harry Potter Nebula, which I still don't see it. There's obviously there's your kind of the interstellar space, but even what we in a lot of images, there's a lot of dust in the area, but it's so faint that until you're doing like a like 20-30 hours worth of exposures, or getting like kind of the right luminance layer on there, we're getting like these very interesting bright parts. And that's that's kind of like the bread and butter of all of this, of these images that we're looking at. And those who do have access to clear skies more often, they're kind of able to get more integration time on these images, and you're able to start pulling out more of the finer details within there. So there's always, each target is going to have its own kind of set of rules almost, or at least a bit of a guideline to follow to try and get these images coming through there. But yeah, to see, you know, at this point of an image, it's looking really, really good. So yeah, for those who are subscribed on the channel, I do have, whoops. Hit the wrong button there. I said those who are subscribed on the channel, I have put a Discord group on there that is for those who are subscribed, and you can have. I have one data set on there, and that was that's 15 hours on Malot 15, the core of the Heart Nebula. So that is in the subscribers section down there. And if it does work, let me know. If it's not working, let me know, because I've hit some buttons, and hopefully that all works out there. But yeah, it's I do have some more data sets I'm going to put in there, and it is going to be just a stacked image. So those who are kind of processing the images and we start sharing them, at least we're kind of starting off with the same data set, so we can see how everybody kind of gets some different images kind of coming out there. Just the way how everybody's going to treat the images a little differently, and it'd be interesting to see just how that comes out there. Now, like I said, I'm going to find the 37 cluster, and it doesn't need to be a long exposure on that because the moon is going to impact things, but also there's no nebulosity associated with this there. It's just a kind of an interesting thing to look at, like the Christmas tree nebula Christmas tree cluster resembles a Christmas tree, or a pine tree, depending on how you're defining the tree as. But in the spirit of Christmas, we did do a process on that there, and it didn't turn out too bad. I mean, for a 20-minute image. Let me blind those who are on a mobile phone in the dark. For a 20-minute image of what I never really planned on kind of doing a final image of, this was a bit of a challenge I kind of posed to myself for that session, for that rainy day astronomy session last night. Was it last night, or was it was it Friday? I think it was Friday. Last night was the Heart Nebula. Sorry, on Friday night, on Christmas, we processed this image, and it was incredibly noisy. I did use denoise AI and a few other astronomy tools for Photoshop, and I'm happy with how it turned out. There's definitely not enough data in there to kind of get a really, really good image coming out of this. So as long as you don't kind of zoom in on it, it looks okay. Just don't zoom in on it. Don't look any closer. But yeah, it's one of those clusters of stars that does look like its namesake. So I'm going to find the 37 cluster, and we'll take a look at that. It doesn't need to be a bit of a long exposure, but at least then we can just see that cool little bit of stars in there. That looks like the number 37. So it's an open cluster in the Orion constellation, and is about 3,600 light years away. I need a little more information on it, like how close are all these stars, because they could just line up in different ways. So that is NGC 2169. 69. All right, we're all 12 years old. We are all 12 years old. At 13 years old. You need to be at least 13 to have a Twitch account. All right, so let's go back from focus to preview. Let's take a shot of the moon. Get a bit of a wider image of that. So this the moon fits nicely actually in this focal length there. Needs to be a little more centered there, where there's a bit of drift. But I am going to switch from lunar to sidereal for my tracking rate, and we'll stop that on there. Turn off the continuous preview because we don't want to lose any images. But for now, we'll go over to NGC 2169. That is NGC 2169. And not M2169, NGC 2169. And chances are, once it centers on this target, we're going to be able to see it. And I probably don't even need to do more than a minute or two to kind of bring up the brightness in there. But we'll see how that looks. We'll see. That should be high enough above the roof line that we can get that there. 2169. $39. Yeah. Like, really don't need much more of an exposure on that. Okay, at this way, it looks like the LE cluster. But I'd have to, I can't really rotate these images on here, but if you kind of turn your head, oh, that's a good crack. You can see the number 37. We don't even need guiding on this one. Let's go 10 seconds, brighten things up a little bit there. But I think that's kind of cool. I think that's pretty neat how everything kind of lines up there. So, you know, for the sake of guiding, I'm going to turn on guiding. And we're also looking like directly into the moon almost with the guide camera, so imagine guiding is going to be a little pants at the moment. But let's go with let's bring out as much star color. Let's go 30 seconds on here. But again, one of the rare objects in the night sky that really fits the orientation, the name of the the asterism that we're looking at there. And I want to find some more information on the 37 cluster, because Wikipedia doesn't. Let's see what the APOD, the astronomy picture of the day from November 18th, 2005. There you go, a little more contrast. Now, if I could, the only way to rotate this physically is to move the camera. I wonder if I take a screenshot, can I rotate that in the media manager or not? Let's see if we can do that. See if we can rotate it so we're not cranking our necks in the opposite direction there. Where is our... Is it near the bottom? These are also the screenshots of the images that we take. There we go. New. Install screenshot, record screen, no. More. If I think I rotate, that just rotates the screen. Right row. Let's go back to that. All right, so I can't exactly turn that one around at the moment. But I guess I could open it up in the media viewer. There we go. That's, whoops. There we go. The right orientation, looking at the number 37. It's a little star cluster, and let's see the information that comes up on the brighter stars of the open cluster NGC 2169 seem to form a cosmic 37. Did you expect the number 42? Of course, the improbable numerical asterism appears solely by chance and lies at an estimated distance of 3,600 light years towards the constellation Orion. As far as galactic or open star clusters go, NGC 2169 is a small one spanning about 7 light years, formed at the same time from the same cloud of gas and dust from the stars of 2169 are only about 8 million light years old. Such star clusters are expected to disperse over time as they encounter other stars, interstellar clouds, and experience gravitational tides while traveling through the galaxy. Over 4 billion years ago, our own sun was likely formed in a similar open cluster of stars. Well, there you go. A little bit of information on the 37 cluster. So yeah, you just kind of got to tilt your head to the left a bit, and there's your. I don't know if my cursor is showing up on here, but your 3 and 7. Yeah, I just thought that was kind of an interesting area to look at because not everything lines up so nicely. What I do like to see, aside from the 37 cluster, is just a nice long line of stars that just kind of you see this chain of stars that are lined up across the night sky. So I do always find that interesting. Whoa. Sorry, excuse me, pardon me. There we go. We're on the right screen now. Yeah, for this way, you kind of got to turn your head a lot farther. So we can see right now that the moon is kind of getting, well, it's still largely in the way. Even if I were to kind of shoot off to the more towards the kind of the northeast, it's still going to impact things. So we are starting to see a bit more of Orion coming above the horizon there. And I mean, there are some areas that we can kind of shoot in this section of the night sky, and why not give it a shot? It may be a little washed out, but there's some interesting areas to look at there. While we're waiting for maybe some other targets to kind of come up, and also for also to have the moon get out of our way. There's also a planetary nebula that may give a shot with, called the there's the Clown Face Nebula. That will be available in about maybe 20 minutes once it gets above the roofline just enough. But yeah, we will. Let's do a bit of a longer exposure on the 37 cluster. Let's go for a full minute on there. But I do like that there's different age stars in this area, because you can see the blue, the yellow, the red. Now if I can see about clicking on each individual star there in Sky Safari, that maybe we can get a little bit more information on some of these. So this one right here, is it actually two stars, or is it just there's another star with it there, or is it just paired up with one of the other stars in the, sorry, it's this little guy here. Oh there we go. That's weird. I shouldn't be seeing like oblong stars. These should all be round. I gotta see if there's something. Maybe it's just a, I don't know. We don't have much other distance. I think the whole kind of cluster is together. That one there is a yellow-orange star, G2, spectral type of G2. Yeah, I don't have a lot of I don't have more information that I wanted for these, like more of the distance of everything like that, but the whole cluster being was about 3.5 million light years away, or 3,500 light years away. It's still an interesting little cluster to look at. I do enjoy that very much. So what I will do at the moment is, I'm going to pick a target to start imaging, and also pretty much within the next hour, we'll have the Rosette Nebula up, and we'll take some images of that. We'll try to pick a different. The whole nebulous complex of the Rosette Nebula doesn't fit within my imaging scope. So just kind of give you guys an idea of what we're expecting to see. Now it does look like everything is nice and high above the roof. I haven't adjusted my elevation in in Stellarium. So it does look like that the Orion is much higher than we're seeing. So just to give you guys an idea of where we are in the night sky. Let me just turn on. So the 37 cluster is this little area right here, which doesn't look much like a 37 in Stellarium because the stars are fairly bright, but that's the area that we were looking at just now. And we will move over to that's another star cluster. I think we'll go up over to the towards the Monkey Head Nebula, which doesn't look like a lot at the moment on here. And yeah, Stellarium doesn't do a fantastic job of marking these points. But this red box is it's not the view. There we go. That's the area of the night sky that we can expect to see in the shot here. So NGC 2174. I'm going to go over to the Monkey Head Nebula. We're going to image that target, and I will take a quick coffee break, and yeah, we'll be back in. Well, I'll move over to this target right now. I'm not leaving you guys quite yet. Can't get rid of me that easily. Skies are clear. We're going to image as much as possible tonight, and the exposures maybe they'll be a little bit shorter. But yeah, we'll try to get as much detail as possible out of here. The guiding has kind of calmed down a bit, which is nice. But I do thank you guys very much for coming in on the channel and hanging out with me tonight. Those who have just come in, thank you very much for joining us. I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And right now we're going to be looking at the Monkey Head Nebula, which doesn't look like a lot on what we're looking at here. But there is something wonderful in that section of the night sky. The movement on Stellarium is caused to Earth. Yes. So this is zooming in at this focal length. You can see, just in the course of a minute, how much how much we've rotated, and that's why you do need to have a mount that is going to track the night sky opposite to Earth's rotation to kind of give us that view there. And it's also an example of, if you're looking at it, if I click away from that there, when you're looking at the night sky with a longer, let me get away from the moon, longer focal length, you don't notice the movement as much. And that's why when you're kind of shooting, at like 50 millimeters or 25 millimeters, it's much more forgiving. Whereas when we're shooting these longer focal lengths, everything, you can quickly see how the star trails will form. And this is just at about 970 millimeters. If we were to kind of have this at the native focal length, you can just see that everything kind of blows by a lot quicker. And that's when it comes into doing off-axis guiding. Right now my camera is on top of the telescope, and it works out all right for guiding, but it's not the same. It's not at the same focal length as the telescope. So sometimes the guiding can affect the imaging because it's not able to kind of keep up with the really fine movements of the stars. So that's why you need to have another camera. Instead of using that camera on top of the scope, you kind of have the camera within. Just use my Polemaster as an example here. You would have, say this is your main imaging camera on the back. Then you would have another piece of equipment that ties in here, and your guide camera sits on there. So you're seeing at the same focal length as your telescope. And then this camera on top has a little tiny prism that picks off a little bit of light, and you're looking at the stars in the same focal length as the scope, especially if you're doing much longer focal lengths as well. So that way everything is looking at the same field of stars, so it does improve your guiding as well. Although for me setting up with an off-axis guider, it's not quite what I would need to do right now. If I was doing a lot more planetary work, or really getting into some like shooting some planetary nebula at, say, 2,500 millimeters, I pretty much double the length of what we're shooting right now, then you would definitely need to do an off-axis guiding. But again, if your focal length is really wide, and you're going to be able to get like maybe 20-30 seconds depending on the focal length before you start to see any star trails untracked. So that's some of the benefits of longish. I mean, the wider field images, you kind of get a lot more details, and save for the moon blocking things. Right now a lot of the Milky Way is obscured. I love how it shows the roof and then all the star clusters being named. I wish I could have some sort of smart glasses that could do that. That would be really handy as well, to kind of have a bit of a heads-up display. So yeah, this is that's that view from my back garden, and luckily Polaris is still visible. Otherwise, it'd be really difficult to get my polar alignment correct. And what we can probably do is maybe, if the moon likes to play ball, we can shoot in a bit of an opposite direction and maybe go for the cigar galaxy in a bit. Which this is a bit more, the image represented on here is a little more of a processed image, but we'll still be able to see some of that red, that hydrogen gas, with our camera there. It won't look as detailed as this, but we'll kind of get the structure of the galaxy and just a little bit of red kind of cutting through the middle there. So I think that would be a bit of an interesting one to look at. We have imaged bodes. Actually, let me get the right reducer there. Yeah, so it'll be a little smaller in there. Galaxies can be, depending on the galaxy that you're shooting with this focal length, they can still appear fairly tiny. Like Andromeda is great because it's large and close. Bode's galaxy fits in there fairly nicely as well. The Triangulum galaxy fits in nice in the center. And then there's some other areas of the night sky that's just kind of chock full of galaxies, and you definitely need to get a lot more integration time on those. The Andromeda galaxy is visible. Let me see if it's still... We did have a look at that earlier tonight. Let me get my... Why this? I want that to stay on. I want the meridian on. So that's Triangulum. Andromeda is going to be, for any new images of Andromeda tonight. See, as we look at it with the viewfinder, it's, the galaxy goes beyond what we can see with the scope there. However, we have shot Andromeda many times in previous images, in previous sessions, because it's such a wonderful target to look at. And where is it there? There you go, just down below the telescope there. That was one of the shots of Andromeda that we imaged a few weeks ago now. Looking right at the core, so you can see how there is a lot more of the galaxy that we can't see along there. So I think it's a tremendous target to look at. It looks great in many focal lengths. I think This was a 16-minute exposure, a single shot of the galaxy, and yeah, just being able to see all these dust lanes and even just these smaller reddish areas of nebulosity within the galaxy are really interesting to look at. And as a screenshot, we lose a bit of resolution, and it's all right because we have the raw files as well, which you need a FITS viewer to get those together. And I think I have a few images of the core of Andromeda, so I might even do a bit of a process on that as well, much like I did with the Christmas tree cluster. So we'll see how that turns out there. But let me go over to the Monkey Head Nebula. We have saved that image of the 37 cluster. And actually, I'm going to pause on, well, okay, let's try for a different target first, actually. I know it's going to be close to the moon, but we'll give it a go. Because it's nice. It's brighter than the Monkey Head Nebula, so it might be all right with the moon kind of being in the way. We'll see how that turns out. We'll see how this single exposure looks through the camera, and if it looks good, we will do another shot of the Crab Nebula, because that is a incredible target to look at. And it looks like we won't be doing the Crab Nebula tonight. It is really washed out. So the combination of it being washed out and the guide scope as well is not having a good time. That's the moon pretty much right into the guide scope there, so that's not going to be a great target to look at, and I'm almost hesitant to go to the Monkey Head Nebula because that is not too far away. So let's look at a target a little more towards the northeast. We'll see if we can get something going there, whilst I have a quick break and a coffee prepared. All right, NGC 2403. Let's have a look at that galaxy. See what we can see. Oh, dearie me. I've broke into rhyme. I don't do this all the time. I can't stop myself. There we go. All right, let's have a look at this galaxy. It fits in the frame really well. Hopefully we can get a look at it there. Should be all right there. Output Logic. How are you doing? Good to see you in here. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the observatory. Glad to have you in our community. In a couple billion years or so, we won't have to look at Andromeda Galaxy through a telescope anymore. That's true. We'll have a giant party. And yeah, it'll appear much larger in the night sky, much brighter. Luca TW. Luca, how are you doing? Good evening. Good evening to you. Good to see you in here. This looks so awesome. Excellent. Well, thank you guys for coming in on the channel here. I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And tonight we are taking some live images of space with this telescope, an 8-inch reflector, and an astronomy dedicated camera. Currently we have the moon blaring down on us, so that's a bit of an issue when you're doing astrophotography. It can be a bit of a pain to kind of get those. However, we are going to try to take a look at some interesting images right now. I do have our guide star picked out. Hopefully that will be sufficient. We're looking at a Galaxy NGC 2403. It doesn't have much of a colloquial name for it. However, it has lots of nebulosity within it, so that is going to look very interesting. It is among the more conspicuous northern objects, which Charles Messier missed when he was compiling his catalogs. So its discovery was left to William Herschel in 1788. Now this galaxy is an outlying member of the M81 group of galaxies, and thus about 10 million light years distance. So this little smudge that we're seeing, we're going to take a 10-minute exposure of this area of the night sky, and we are guiding. So that is good. We'll start that exposure. And that will be, I think it's going to look all right. It's a smaller kind of galaxy. It's going to fit like within like this area of the sensor. So we'll see that come through in about 10 minutes. And what I kind of do is we'll do these images. I'll ramble on for a bit. And old newbie, how you doing? Jonas8420. Good to see you guys in here. Both of you, welcome to the observatory. Welcome in. Good to see you guys in here. Happy to have you in. We are currently imaging a galaxy which is about 10 million light years away. And we've started that exposure. Good to have you guys in here. Welcome in. I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And we are taking a look at some interesting images of the night sky. Herr Loblich, good to see you in here. Mic check, mic is working well. Thank you very much. Welcome to the observatory. Glad to have you in here. We are currently imaging a galaxy 10 million light years away. We are fighting with the full moon, and we've had some views of the moon. We'll probably go back to the moon after this exposure just to kind of look at some interesting areas there. And we'll take a short break, just long enough for me to refill my coffee and to empty out the previous coffee. But we'll leave this exposure running. That is on the ASI Air right there. And what I'll do is switch over to our camera there. I'm in the east of England, and that's why we got some nice dark skies, some nice clear skies at the moment. And we will, I think we got about another hour and a half at least of some clear skies before the clouds roll in. So that is it's pretty good. I'm looking forward to seeing some more objects, and hopefully we'll kind of get maybe the Rosette Nebula in the Andromeda, or sorry, in the Orion constellation. We will we'll have that viewed there in just a moment. So give me a minute, or maybe like 3 minutes. And for those who come in, and those who are a little more familiar with the channel, welcome them in, and I will give them a proper greeting in about 3 minutes. And I'll be right back. Hey, welcome back. Got some jobs for you. How are you guys doing? How are you guys doing tonight? Where are we coming from? I'm in the east of England. We have no clouds whatsoever tonight, so that is absolutely wonderful. Usually when we are clouded out, we are doing some images. We're processing images of outer space. However, this is the point of what I want to be doing. The whole purpose of this channel is to be taking images of the night sky, kind of showing you guys some areas that generally may be inaccessible to those who are in maybe a heavily light polluted area, or maybe you just don't have the means to have some of this equipment available for you. I have a German equatorial mount, which is going to counter rotate or for the Earth's rotational axis, and that way we are able to do long exposure images and get some interesting views of the night sky. And I try to pick some objects that are not exactly on the popular list of kind of the objects that you kind of see posted online on social media. This galaxy that I'm imaging, it may be a little dim. Hopefully everything is going to look all right coming through the sensor there. And I'll also still pick a lot of the popular targets because they're just readily available. They're nice and bright. They're pleasing to look at. And most of the time, happy with how the images kind of look on screen. Sometimes if they don't turn out too well, it's just the fact that some of these objects, because they are thousands or millions of light years away, they're dim. And it's the whole point of astrophotography is that you do need to take longer exposures, and those are kind of coming in the form of doing, say, like 45-minute long exposures, and you stack those up and you get a lot of the detail coming through, and you're able to just kind of get more of that information available. You kind of get rid of the noise that is inherent in every kind of astro image, and just kind of build up those signals collecting those photons hitting your sensor. And that's how you're kind of able to get more of a clearer image together. And because even you see when we stretch these images, even the short shot that we did right now, you can see that there is some noise. It's not perfectly smooth. So you want to be able to see as much of the longer you can kind of take an exposure with an astronomy dedicated camera, which has cooling capabilities, you are able to keep that temperature down, and the signal can build up, but the noise pattern doesn't build up as much. It takes a lot longer for that to kind of show through. So we'll see in about 20 seconds once this exposure is complete. And I'm wondering if I do have to go out and refocus, because that's the stars just don't look great at the moment. And that's where a bit of an autofocuser would come in handy. And let me blind you there we go. That's not too bad. Right, I may need to refocus the scope. So I may need to pop back outside for a minute. But however, never imaged this galaxy before. I've never shot this one before, so that is pretty interesting to see that. So that is in the can't even say that. That's a tongue twister. Camelopardalis. Apparently this is one of the best telescopes, one of the best galaxies for small telescopes. Like I said, maybe this galaxy NGC 2403 may be easily seen using 10 by 50 binoculars. This large face-on galaxy has some similarity to M33 in the triangulum, and it kind of does. It's a intermediate spiral galaxy with an apparent magnitude of 8.9 and a distance of 10 million light years. As of late 2004, two supernovae were reported in this galaxy. So it'd be interesting to see. We can see the galaxy structure in there, and sometimes when there are supernovae that occur in the galaxies, obviously they do. Let's, as an example, let's say this star was a supernova. It wouldn't be there a week prior. It would kind of it would just show up, and then that's, you can tell, an easy way to tell that there has been a supernova occurring in those galaxies. However, looking at the image, that is not a supernova at all. But yeah, one of the less kind of imaged galaxies, because you can see a 10-minute image, it's still fairly dim. You'd want to be able to build this up and get a lot more information coming out there. But I'm looking at these stars. I think I may have to do a bit of a check on the focus and see, because if the dew heaters have kind of kicked in, then the mirror will have changed a little bit there. So I need to readjust focus and make sure that we are seeing like the best possible image there. But overall, it's we're dealing with a full moon. This is a shot from a few weeks ago of the Andromeda galaxy. It's much more pleasing, much more immediately pleasing to look at, because it is such a much larger galaxy. It's much closer to us, about 2.5 million light years, rather than than this galaxy, which is 10 million light years away. So yeah, looking at the Andromeda galaxy is a little more pleasing to see. But let me have a quick check on the focus here, just in case we're out. Uncle Bill, I'm a very rural location in central Georgia, USA. Light pollution is moderate, but about as good as it gets in the eastern United States. I'm sheltered in a dense forest and have to hike out to a cow pasture or something for viewing. With poor eyesight and currently no working scope or even binoculars. I would imagine that seeing being in a darker sky, obviously, not being able to have certain equipment available, at least with less light pollution, it's easier for once your eyes become dark sky adapted. Then at least there's gonna be more targets that you can kind of see. Like, there's lots of visual, like even looking at the Pleiades. That's one that that's more of a naked eye cluster. Right now, it's kind of sitting it's sitting almost at the zenith at the moment. Actually, a little past the meridian now. You're more to the south, but the moon is kind of also getting out of the way for me. And almost into view is the Rosette Nebula, but the Christmas tree cluster is available. So I'm going to go back over to that. I am kind of shooting towards the moon, so that's going to be actually kind of difficult. So I'm going to pick another target that is not impacted by the moon so much. And really, a lot of the stuff kind of towards the northeast is we're looking towards galaxies as well. But I may be able to get the Fish Head Nebula at the moment. Or is that? That's kind of northwest. Maybe we'll go for that. That's an interesting target. It's pointing away from the moon. So let's save that one down. So is it a long hike that you have to do? Uncle Bill, to kind of get away from the... Do you have to worry about cow patties? Is it an active cow pasture? Or is it enough now that the cows are generally kept indoors? Right. Actually, I was going to see what the focus situation was, because if we're setting to getting a little bit out of focus, then these images aren't going to look as nice as they can. Fond memories of a time when I had a 4-inch Newtonian and a homemade wide field eyepiece 11 years ago. I do have a passion for meat camera astronomy. Deep sky, extended object stuff mostly, but most of my astronomy these days is via others or playing around with Stellarium. I mean, at least there's still the passion for it, you know. It's in any way, shape, or form that we can get a view of the night sky and still enjoy things it's important in any capacity that we can. And you know, I know you're on audio right now with the stream, so I can be a little more descriptive of how things are going there. But you know, I'm glad to have you in here, and I do appreciate the introduction on our Discord channel. And what happened? I hit something. Are we still there? We're still there. Oh. Managed to minimize every screen. Well, yeah, happy to have you in here. Yeah, always happy to have everybody in on this channel, for sure. It's, like I said before, never knew how this was going to kind of take off, and it's been well received overall, and I'm very happy with those who have kind of come in on the channel there. But we are going to, it's not so much a break. You're going to see me on those who will see me on camera. I'm just going to double check the focus on here in case we're kind of getting out. You're old and broken, but always busy at a keyboard screen, so I don't get out much. My time is spent fostering, promoting content on the net to share a passion with others, and I appreciate that to absolutely no end as well. To be able to share astronomy in any way, shape, or form, or science with more people is always beneficial to others. And that's what I like to do on this channel as well, is to kind of gain maybe a little more the fringe fans who may not have access to certain areas of the night sky, you know, and just kind of show someone something new. Luca TW, thank you for joining the observatory. Appreciate that very much. Thank you for joining in. Good to have you in with us. Hope you're enjoying yourself here. And if you guys do have any questions about astronomy, astrophotography, you know, feel free to ask. There are others in here who do astrophotography. If I don't have the answer, someone else most likely will. I have been doing astrophotography for about 4.5 years now, and been independently studying astronomy for just as long. Been a lifelong fan of outer space, of astrophotography and astronomy. So this is just my way of being able to share the night sky with as many people as possible, and yeah, just being able to look at new areas of the night sky whenever we can, such as the Blue Flash Nebula. The Blue Flash Nebula, a 10th magnitude planetary nebula appearing in the constellation Delphinus, which is, unfortunately, that one is below the horizon for me, and it is also kind of in the in the northwest. Do I ever have a shot of that? All right, I would not have a shot of it now. However, I in I want to say maybe like April or May, something like that would be visible for me. Right now, it's kind of just below the horizon in the northwest for the Blue Flash Nebula. But yeah, definitely have to definitely be able to keep that on the list of things to check out there. We haven't imaged that one before, so yeah, definitely when it comes around, I'd be happy to image that one there. Did you see my introduction in posting in Discord? I did. And have any other friends in your community mentioned the Knowledge Fellowship to you yet? I have heard of the Knowledge Fellowship, and I think that's a wonderful program that's been put together there. I am also familiar with your work with Fraser Kane, and I've seen you many times in the Astronomy Cast and some CosmoQuest events. Yeah, I'm largely familiar with Uncle Bill. So yeah, that's I'm very happy to see you in here, and yeah, just I like seeing familiar faces from other communities, because it's this intercommunity relationship that I like to foster in all of this, and have some people have new people meet new people, and maybe we discover something different that we didn't know that we liked. Valzi, I'm butchering names. Welcome into the observatory. Thank you very much for the follow. Glad to have you in our community. Luca, how do you wrap your head around those large distances? Astronomy is really something I can't think too long about. It's just crazy and too big. It's nuts. There are several times when I've been outside and having a bit of an existential crisis because of trying to wrap my head around these distances and these objects that we're looking at that are millions of light years away, or even thousands of light years away, and knowing that these occurred. The light we're seeing now had happened, thousands or so, it happened like thousands of years ago. The Crab Nebula, seeing that occur when it was recorded in 1054 AD, that supernova occurred, pardon me, 6,400 years prior to that. So going back even farther in time is ridiculous. And knowing that, say, Betelgeuse, the bright orange star in the shoulder of Orion, may have already exploded, but we won't know it for at least maybe another 600 years. It could happen tomorrow. It could happen in 100,000 years from now. But we just don't know, what has kind of gone on until it happens, until the light reaches our eyes. And almost everyone thinks they understand the scale, but don't really. No, I agree. I do not understand the scale. It really wasn't until I took one image of the Rosette Nebula and was able to at least feel the depth of that object in space. Because when we're looking out at space, everything is very 2D. Everything is very, very still. Everything is constantly in motion out there, but because of our perspective, we don't get to see a lot of the movement in space. And it's not until there's long-term observations on some objects that you can actually see that there is this movement. I mean, we can see our planets as they change position in the sky nightly, and even just kind of watching the moon in its phases. But it's tough. It's sometimes it is incomprehensible to gauge any sort of scale as well. Knowing that I go back to the Rosette Nebula. That void in the center is 30 light years across. Sure. I mean, yeah, great. I know I say that's the fact of the size of that there, but it's still picturing that those scales it's ridiculous. In our short time here on Earth, we can't perceive these massive distances. But yeah, just being able to try to gauge some kind of depth. Even looking at some of the simulators, that programs that I have, I mean, even if you're traveling at the speed of light towards certain objects, you realize just how slow the speed of light is, and that you have to travel at at hundreds of times the speed of light to try to get to a new place in the universe. Let's say, using space engine as an example, you have to travel incredibly fast, and it's just at that point you kind of lose a bit of the scale as well. So yeah, most of the time I look up at the night sky and just have a tiny little brain freak out of knowing that everything we're looking at, everything there goes on forever. Can be very bananas at some point. But let me have a quick check on focus there. I'm not going to go away so much as you will see me. Those will see me in the in the camera there, or in the outdoor camera. I'm just going to double check on my focus and make sure that we are still good. And actually, we might even see the. Let me pick a screen where we can. Whoop. Hello? Who's vanished? There we go. All right. The moon is, well, it's not too bad. We're starting to see at least, we see Castor and Pollux in there, in the Gemini. So at least we're the farther kind of northeast we look, we're going to be able to maybe pick out a few other targets there. But I'm going to switch this over to that one there. Let's see if I switch it on here. Does that impact what we're looking at on the screen there? No. All right. So I'm going to move to another star at the moment and try to see if I can check my focus on the camera here. So let us go over to go to now, and yeah, well, let's get focus with with Castor or Pollux. Double check, because I do not have an automatic focus on here, so I need to go out and double check things. It's really, since adding the dew heaters to everything, I'm the mirrors and everything are at a different temperature at the beginning of the night as they are right now. But we'll move over there. It won't take long for me to confirm if we are in or out of focus. And you'll see me in the camera. I will give a wave. I'll throw up the hearts. And now it does not want to complete. All right, cancel that. Take an exposure. These are the gremlins that I'm dealing with the ASI Air tonight. It just doesn't want to always play ball. And for guiding, we can refresh that there. try that again. I might, because I'm using 2 instances of the ASIR. It may not want to do what I want it to do. See, this is also solidifying my, not my decision to upgrade to the ASIR Pro, but this is not pleading its case. It looks like I'm on the star, so that's fine. All right, that's working. So why isn't the preview function working? Let's try this again there. These are the little things that crop up that I don't like to have to deal with while we're on stream. All right. Let's get that fixed up there. Let's point at the right direction there. Recheck that. All right, we are on target for the star. Jonas 8420, hello. I'm using the Astroberry. Have you checked it out? I have not checked out an Astroberry yet. My general experience has been with the ASIR. I did think about getting a Stellar Mate, and yeah, it was just the availability for me in the UK, in Europe, for Stellar Mate wasn't stellar. I think the only kind of retailer I saw was OPT in California that had them that carried them in stock. Everything else in this area, nobody really carried them. They're all listed out of stock. Astroberry is a free download. All right. And I have not even checked out Astroberry at all. I will add that to my list of things to check out. With TeamViewer, you can even use it over the internet. The Astroberry server. Interesting. I'll definitely take a look into that a little deeper. Yeah, no, for sure. I'll give that a look. The browser option kind of sucks. Use the VNC if you want to try it out. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's just the issue with my ASIR is that the Wi-Fi conked out, and I have it connected via the Ethernet. And I'm also was just running 2 instances of it, one on the tablet because I got to go out there and check the focus, and the other one is running through BlueStacks. So what I'm going to do is switch over to here. There's always something. There's always going to be something with every bit of astrophotography. The rare times when everything goes right, I wonder what's wrong. What has gone wrong with everything? I spent so much time solving problems and learning stuff. And also, yeah, that's true. The problems do lead to more learning experiences. It's great when everything goes well during the night, but at the same time, when time kind of allows, it's all right for something to go wrong. However, tonight I started almost an hour later because I just couldn't get the connection working with the ASIR. Annoying as it was, but we did get things rolling. Everything's been overall working smooth until I did try to run another instance of the ASIR program here. So I'm going to leave this chair for a second. I'll leave this window open because you'll see me over on the on this camera here. I'll wave to you guys because I don't want to miss you too much. So I will step away for a quick second, check the focus, and I'll be right back. Which I don't like having to take so many breaks, as it were, but without an autofocuser, kind of at the mercy of just making sure everything is all right here. So give me 2 seconds and you'll see me on camera there, and we will be right back. All right. I have a bit of an issue. Let me turn off the other one here. I'm getting double vision with the scope. This has not happened before. Now I don't know if it's something with the secondary mirror has changed up a bit, but it was very obvious with the focusing mask on there that I wasn't seeing that I was seeing double on there. So that was really weird. And I don't know why. That's never happened before. So if those have any familiarity with a Ritchie Chrétien telescope and why I'm getting double vision, I am all ears. That's a little unfortunate. I'm wondering if it is just because maybe I don't have the secondary mirror doesn't have its dew heater kind of set up on there, so it's a different temperature than the primary mirror. Is that what is causing my issues? Because yeah, I don't care for those issues that be cropping up now. Yeah, you can see that. I think that's got to be a thing. Is the one mirror is warmer and the other one's cooler, and it just, am I that much out of collimation? Is it something else? Because that shouldn't be like that. That's never happened yet. That's never happened before. To get this double vision on there. I checked the filter. There's nothing on there. Nothing's bumped it. There's nothing different about things. So it's going to mildly impact the images that we're looking at tonight. All right, I have to pick maybe some brighter targets where it's not going to be as prominent. That's unfortunate. I've never seen that happen before. In fact, it's got to happen to somebody else. It's probably because I only have one mirror being heated up there. Possible cause due to double images in a reflector telescope is a pinched primary mirror caused by the retaining brackets being tightened down too much. I haven't tightened any of those retaining brackets. I haven't touched anything. Interesting. All right, so it looks like it has something to do with the primary mirror, and maybe it is down to it being heated up with the dew heater kind of mucking things about. All right, we'll keep going. It looks like the clouds are staving off. They're probably maybe another hour, maybe Another 45 minutes to go for the weather being all right. So we're going to keep going on this and not let a lot of these gremlins ruin our evening. But hey, thank you guys for sticking around. I do appreciate it very much. We're going to move on to a new target, and I will not let this technological issue and this whatever's going on with the primary mirror on the scope bug me right now. But yeah, it's something I'm gonna have to look into. Gotta look into it. And during the day, I don't know how easy it's gonna be to get that fixed up. Just get that sorted out there. But that's okay. I appreciate you guys being in here. Thank you for sticking around. I don't always take as many breaks on the channel. It's just, yeah, there's been a couple of these hiccups that have cropped up there. But we'll persevere, and we'll make things work. But let's pick a new target. The moon is starting to get enough, is getting out of our way enough that we can have a look at some. This is the other target. There was the Clown Face Nebula, a planetary nebula. Baba Zelnik, hey Ma, how you doing? How are you tonight? Good to see you in here. What's for dinner? All right. While we're in that area, let's go over to the Clown Face Nebula. That's not it. Pardonnez-moi. All right, that is NGC 2392. Let's have a look at that there. Leftover short ribs. That sounds good. Can you email me over a few? Like to taste them. Absolutely perfect. Sorted. All right, NGC 2392 is the Clown Face Nebula. It's a planetary nebula visible with a small telescope in the constellation of Gemini. William Herschel discovered this planetary nebula in 1787 and cataloged it as H545. So let's get a look at that. It's not a far ways away, but we're definitely going to have to be shooting out towards to the northeast, because you can see that my neighbors have their heat on full blast, and that's going to cause problems. All right, actually, that doesn't look too bad. So there's a quick shot of the. It's a tiny planetary nebula, very, very small. And also this double vision that we're getting is not helping matters. But we'll, I want to say that it is because, yeah, the dew heater is on. So let's do a 5-minute exposure, because this is very bright. It looks like one of those planetary nebulae that we don't want to overexpose. Let's pick our guide star. That one looks good enough. Yeah, we'll start a 5-minute exposure on the Clown Face Nebula. It has another more popular name, but it's also a derogatory term for those who are Native Americans, or the Inuit. Sorry, not Native Americans, Inuit. So I will refer to it as the Clown Face Nebula. I wonder if things are also because I don't know, musing to myself of, is it the dew heaters are causing I got to get used to that. So I think a little fine tuning is in order. We'll make sure that that we don't have yeah, I think it's got to be the dew heaters. I may have them up too high, or they've come on too early or something. So I shouldn't be having this problem. This hasn't happened until, this is like kind of the first night they've actually been on. So I don't know if I have to check if the Pegasus power box, if the Dew Master for that does automatically regulate the temperature if you have it kind of set to high, or if it's going to be, hey, Phantom Vapor, it's Mars in view. Mars is way out of view for me at the moment now. It's kind of an earlier in the evening target. So generally around kind of like 5 to 7 o'clock is when I can get a view of Mars there. Otherwise it goes behind the trees, behind the houses. And yeah, largely my views to the southwest are obscured by the foliage. So right now we're taking a look at I only run mine about 50 to 75%. If I recall, yours get twice as hot as the AstroZap ones. Well, that might be a thing. After I've done this image, I will do a quick pop out and turn them. I could probably even do with turning them off, because we're not going to be experiencing any dew point issues until long after the clouds roll in. So after this exposure, I will quickly pop out and turn them off, and maybe that will, or turn them down to like 20%. Because I think I had them at about 75%. I didn't know if it kind of regulated them or if it just turned them on, or if it kind of went up to that point. I might be giving the machine a little too much credit than I thought it executes. But that's probably got to be it. But Celtic Raven, thank you for coming in. Good to see you here. Thank you for the information, because it's still new to me, and definitely don't want to be mucking up my equipment on like the first real night of usage. So we'll wait for that one to come through. I wonder if is that clouds or is that actually my neighbor? Because it's getting chilly out there. I mean, it looks like most of that is just the like a bit of a haze from the neighbor's exhaust being illuminated by the moon. Well, I'll have a peek out there in a second once this exposure is done, and then we'll reconvene. There's a lot of me going outside tonight. A lot of that. I'm not sure. My controller is pretty stupid, and I can get a thermal distortion issues on the secondary mirror if it's up high. If it's up too high, that might be my issue that I'm having. That I just have them up too high. Because yeah, that double vision has never occurred before. But yeah. I don't think it's well. I don't know. We'll see if it's cool enough that it kind of sorts itself out in a few minutes there. But like I said, the clouds are kind of expected to roll in soon, if those aren't clouds or if it's just the mist, the exhaust from my neighbors. We'll see in due course. Yeah, like I said, I might be giving the tech a little too much credit. Pardon me. One cool thing that we've actually, we are over 300 followers on the channel. That is amazing. I thank you guys so much for coming in and hanging out with me and having an interest in astrophotography and astronomy. I appreciate that to no end. So yeah, I thank you guys for that, and yeah, looking forward to seeing what the new year is going to hold for the channel. There's some ideas that I have to also put these channel points that you guys have to good use. I do have some ideas to get that set up, and that'll kind of come in the next few weeks. We'll get that all sorted out there. One of them does involve using an Xbox Kinect, which essentially is just kind of collecting dust for me. Is live stacking an option with the ASI Air? It is with the Pro. With this one, the original, we can't. It didn't have those capabilities. Which photo software is that? Which one? What we're seeing down there? That's just the ASI Air. That's all of the inner workings of their Raspberry Pi computer, which controls everything. And yeah, those stars aren't the right shape, and that has changed overnight. I'll have to go back and look at like the first image. However, the cute little blue. Actually, it's not bad. That's okay. Let me play with the settings here. The histogram. Turn you off guiding. I know you're guiding. You have to go a little extreme on here. You can kind of pull that back. All right. No way. Okay, this is cool. This is cool. Right. Planetary nebulae kind of go in the opposite direction of the histogram because this thing is so bright, but this is turning out much cooler than I thought it was going to. This is really neat. All right. How much can we... Yeah. Sorry, this is on a small screen. You want this big screen. You want this as full screen as possible there. Yet that is pretty cool. We're seeing... I'm not going to go back to the auto stretch because it just really blows it out there. But yeah, interesting stuff. So, the Clownface Nebula, a planetary nebula visible with a small telescope in Gemini, discovered in 1787 by William Herschel, and John Herschel observed it from England in the 1820s, numbered it as H450, and included it in the 1864 General Catalogue as GC 1532, became NGC 2392 in J.L.E. Dreyer's New General Catalogue in 1888. Because of its double shell morphology, this nebula was nicknamed the Clownface Nebula, and it resembles a person's head surrounded by a parka hood. And it's kind of like that little bit in there. The nebula has a visual magnitude of 9.1, and it is about 40 degrees in diameter. A modest telescope will show a small greenish ball and reveal a central star. The central star, HD 5988, 59088, or 59,088, 5908, many numbers. It just rolls right off the tongue. It sticks with you. You're going to remember this star as 59088. It's a spectral type 07F and a visual magnitude of 10.5, and thus seen quite easily. Its distance is not very well known and is estimated at some 3,000 light years. In larger instruments, the Clownface Nebula exhibits a fine, luminous, bluish colored disk divided by a concentric dark ring. There's the dark ring. The central portion is 15 degrees across with a 10.4 magnitude central star. The faint 45 degree diameter outer shell surrounds the indistinct dark ring, which encircles an inner bright disk about halfway out from the nebula's center to its periphery. So even with double vision on the scope, I mean, we're seeing there's this area which is it looks like more of like where a lot of more of the matter has kind of collected up at the, I would say, the top of maybe the northern end of this planetary nebula. But we're seeing a lot of distinct details in here, and how much can we guess? So we're seeing that even like this envelope in here, there's a lot of detail. In like a Hubble space image of this. I'm going to pull that one up because NGC 2392. Right. So, this is a Hubble image that we're going to look at right now. But we can kind of see our image just down here. Rotate this 90 degrees. But we're seeing that this little area up here is that section there. So, for a 5-minute exposure, and I probably actually could have gone 10 minutes with this. Now that I have, now that I realize that going this way on the histogram works better for a planetary nebula. So we kind of omit a lot of the sky in the background there, but we're pulling out a lot of detail, and that's really, really cool to see that there. So Hubble, mini Hubble. Hubble. Well, yeah, at least now you can kind of get a better idea of what we're looking at there, and I think it's really cool. I didn't think that it was going to be this interesting of a target to me. I thought it was going to look kind of neat. It'd be this blue splodge in the viewfinder there. But yeah, that one's actually really neat to look at. And what I'm going to do is leave it on this for right now. So you can see the chair, you'll see me turning my dew heaters off on there, and we have our image of the Clownface Nebula in the shot there. So give me 2 seconds, I turn those down, be right back. Many BRBs this time, but if those are clouds rolling in, then we'll kind of also wrap things up a little bit. But if not, if it's just my neighbor's exhaust, then that is all right. We can deal with that. So give me 2 seconds. You'll see me out there. I will give you guys a wave, throw up the heart, because that's what happens on Twitch. You can't hear me sing. Right. Dew heaters are down. Down low. Dew heaters are down real low. Though that is cloud. That is not even clouds. That is the maybe there's more cloud. It's kind of cloud. It's more cloud rolling in. Yeah, that's clouds. Now what time are we at here? We're at 10:30, and we're kind of getting some high clouds rolling in at about 11, which could technically be now. Let's have a refresh of that there. I mean, it's still supposed to be fairly clear, but so we're going to run out of imaging time. So let's see what is available in kind of the northeast section of the night sky, so we can try to get at least a little bit, just a tiny bit more imaging time. Maybe one more target. What do we have up in that section there? We did shoot a galaxy that we had never imaged before, and that was NGC 2403. In kind of the northern area of Camelopardalis. But there's lots of galaxies out there, and they're kind of dim. They don't always show up that well in the camera. And the more I kind of and ha about these targets, the less we're going to be chancing to see. So let's go over to the Cigar Galaxy and try to get an image of that before we are out of time. So yeah, that is incredible. For me, you know, that's the shot of the night. I'm saying that this one is the image, the most surprising image of the night, not knowing how it was going to turn out. You know, we are zoomed in very far on this. But yeah, to see those, the details kind of coming through there, I think that's really cool. So that'll be a saved screenshot for sure. Do that, we'll do kind of a wide field screenshot, and we'll save that down as a FITS file. Now, when you save it as a FITS file, it doesn't save this kind of this histogram stretch on there, so it's going to be kind of back to that there. So I wonder even if I kind of pulled this back without the. That's about the same. But very interesting. Like I said, that's got to be the image of the night. Very happy with that. That's really cool. So yeah, let's see if we can just get a scoosh more time. Just a little bit more time with the Cigar Galaxy. Kind of wrap things up on that exposure there. See if we can get the clouds holding off long enough. If not, at least we got this really cool image of the Clownface Nebula. So that is M82 that we're going to be going over to for our potential last image of the evening. And we'll slew over. I'm going to start saying my thank yous already now for those who have come in and those who have helped us reach over 300 followers to the channel. Appreciate that immensely. I mean, I know I gotta find a new word other than just appreciate, because it's an honor to be doing this and to have you guys kind of coming in on the channel, and you know, even though, you know, for those who are lurking in on things, and those who have cheered bits, those who have subscribed. We've almost reached our goal, and that is all right. There's still plenty more time to go, and it's not even, it's not a necessity to subscribe to the channel at all. Just kind of being in on the channel and just even lurking is support. I appreciate you guys so much, and we're aiming for our last target of the night, and that is the cigar galaxy, and everything it's in view. So we're going to make sure the guiding is good, and we'll go for a 10-minute exposure on this because I think the clouds are going to hold off just long enough. But yeah, it's for me doing this has been an incredible form of therapy, even, and just being able to have this time with you guys, and sharing my love of astronomy with so many people who have kind of come in, and and those who are kind of maybe becoming a little new, those who are new to astrophotography. It's great to see you guys coming in as well and asking the questions, and just general questions about astronomy. Happy to answer them as much as possible, and just being able to get to know you guys, and seeing you come in stream after stream, and just giving the support. It means a lot to me. It really does. And it's tough right now. Everyone's having a bit of a hard time. It's kind of hard to say that someone is having a really great time, and it is kind of tough to celebrate things. But at the same time, we got to find these little victories in what's going on in the world right now. And for me, that's sharing my images with you guys, and just sharing an evening with you. It's I've said before that we are going to do another, like we did with Christmas. There will be a New Year's stream for those who aren't going to be able to be with family, be with friends on New Year's, and just kind of we'll have a bit of a farewell to 2020. And look forward to seeing what 2021 has to offer. I know universally, the universe does not care of our position around the sun. However, to us, it's important. It's we're marking another trip around the sun, and just kind of giving thanks to those who are doing some hard work. Those who are putting putting their livelihoods, their lives ahead of ours is incredibly important. And I thank those who are working towards making this world a little bit more of a safer place, so that we can have our no more virtual star parties, that we can have these physical star parties, that we can all gather out in the field with our telescopes and just have a good time underneath the stars together. That is what I'm looking forward to being able to do. Maybe not 2021, but 2022. That we'll get back to that point. That's the best hope that we can have right now. But until then, I'm happy to have you guys in here with these virtual star parties, and looking up at the night sky with me, and listening to me ramble on about astrophotography, about astronomy, and any other kind of gripes and complaints that are kind of coming up, like some of the technology that's been giving me headaches, and I'm seriously looking at buying an ASI Air Pro because of all this that's going on with the tech. It's worked out very well, but lots to learn about all this. Adding new gear comes new headaches, so we'll take it as it comes, and just have a good time doing it. Just try to keep as positive as possible, because these problems are just new learning opportunities. And I'm glad you're in here, Ma. It's good to see you in here. It's good to see the old balls pop in the chat as well. And yeah, it's seeing family in here is important to me, because alone in in the UK, you know, with a lot of family back in Canada and not being able to really be there for them, and at least to kind of see family in on here it means a lot as well. And I'm going to butcher your name so much. Engine keels? Is that the right is that the right thing? Well, thank you very much for joining the observatory. Thank you for the follow. Good to have you in here. Hope you're doing well. And if I have butchered your name, let me know. Let me know if I've absolutely just tanked it on that one. Hello. Engine keels. Ink Ellies. Sorry. Hello, how are you doing tonight? For those who are new to the channel and may have just kind of cropped in on here, welcome in. I am Tom, I am the Astro Canuck, and tonight we are doing what this channel is designed for. We are taking live images of the night sky with a large telescope down there in that view screen, and right now we are kind of on our our final or our penultimate target of the night. As we can see, the clouds are also starting to roll in. I'm in the east of England, and we have been shooting some really interesting targets tonight. And it's been a lot longer of a session than anticipated. Last night I was seeing that we were going to have maybe 2 hours of clear skies after sunset, and it's turned into almost 6. What are we at now? Where's my clock? How long have I been streaming? Like, there you go, 5 hours. Pretty darn good for a bit of an extension on the night sky. So anytime we have clear skies, I will be having the scope out. We will be taking images of galaxies and nebulae and the moon and planets, whatever's kind of available in the night sky. Right now the moon dominated most of the evening because we have a nearly full moon. It's in the east. It's my only view, and we may as well embrace the moon while it's there. It's generally not what astrophotographers like to have in their way, but there are a lot of people who may not get some close-up views of the moon, and I like to be able to offer that as well. It's as annoying as it can be for imaging. It's a wonderful target to look at as well, because there are many interesting features that kind of change throughout the month as the shadow kind of crosses certain areas of the moon. It can reveal letters and just kind of give you a bit of a depth perception of how deep some of those craters really are on the moon. Because at this vantage point, we don't have a banana for scale, so we definitely need to be able to roughly wrap our heads around things and just know that some of those craters can fit an entire city within them. Is the winter solstice done? We are now approaching shorter nights. December 21st was the winter solstice, and yeah, every night's going to start getting a little shorter, and come May. Yes, come mid-May, we lose astronomical dark in the UK. So that is a bit of a kick in the pants. And really we only have about 5 hours of any meaningful time to capture any data. So that is a really, really tiny window. And even then, it's still not, the skies aren't dark enough. The sun is still having a bit of an impact on the night sky throughout May till till end of July. So it's for those who are on the higher northern latitudes, while we revel in the winter months, having many hours of dark skies, we do pay for it in the summertime with little to no dark skies available for us. So we make the most of it and try to get as much of the night sky in as possible. And it looks like the clouds are kind of holding off. They're just kind of hovering there in the southeast. So we'll keep our gaze to the to the north, to the northeast, and try to pick out as many targets as possible there. And really, until these clouds take over, we'll try to image as much as we can. We'll try to find a new target as well while we're waiting for the cigar galaxy to come in. And maybe I might just kind of quickly nip over to Bode's galaxy, which is right next door. And we'll take an image of that. While we're anticipating these clouds ruining our night. They're just kind of hovering there. You know, we can at least still see Castor and Pollux in Gemini very clearly, and kind of Orion, which is around here, is not the best at the moment. Rhino, live view hype, definitely. How you doing tonight? Good to see you. I missed the moonshot. Can you go back a little? The moon was live views. I'm sorry. Sorry, Ma. Next time around, we'll still have the moon in our face for another couple of weeks there. Now, the next kind of clear sky on forecast is nowhere. Now, it's not to be said that we may not have them. We'll see. But like I said, for those who are following on the channel, you will get the notification of when I go live. And when we don't have any clear views in the night sky, we'll do some live imaging. There, you can see let me turn my face off for a second here. Actually, no, it's right here. Right there, beside my face. There's the moon. Just behind the tree there. Shep, run, Shep, run. How are you doing? Welcome into the observatory. Thank you very much for joining our community, Shep. How are you doing tonight? Good to see you in here. Isn't the moon almost full right now? Looks pretty flat this evening. Yes, we're at 95% of a waxing gibbous. So there was only a small little portion of the Terminator visible. I mean, it's great to see like a fully illuminated moon, and for astrophotography purposes, it's always good to have a little bit of a waxing or waning gibbous available to get some of those details. But for right now, the forecast is looking kind of grim. I mean, possibly next Thursday, late in the evening, there might be some clear skies. If there are, we'll try to get that done. And really not until like next Saturday, there's moderate cloud cover forecast, but that could change. I mean, the weather also changes pretty quickly. I wasn't expecting that a lot of these clouds are going to be, held off. But for the most part, they're fairly cooperative. So, like I said, we'll take it as it comes there. I like lunar imaging more at half. I think it pulls out the mountains a bit more. It does. It's good to get that contrast of being able to see just how the depth of some of those ranges on the moon, which when the sun is pointing directly at the moon, it looks very flat and kind of boring. So yeah, being able to see those surface details are really cool. And well, looks like clouds actually might be impacting things a little more than I thought, because our view, we got star trails. guiding is... It shouldn't be bad, but it is. Guiding was not cooperative for us. Looks like we had some clouds kind of rolling over the guide scope, so this is probably going to be the last image of the evening. Well, they can't all be gold. Yeah, a little movement there. We can see the guiding was off. I need to finish processing my images from the 21st this week. I have images from back in April I still haven't processed. They kind of sit there. Well, it looks like the clouds have kind of buggered off a bit. Well, there's the cigar galaxy, and unfortunately, a bit of a blur. So I had some issues with the guiding there, as some clouds rolled through. But now, I don't know. There's some wispy clouds up there that could possibly impact things. And even at this point now, the clouds are going to be rolling in. But even with some star trails, we still get the relative shape of the that we're seeing of the galaxy there, and even starting to see a little bit more of that the hydrogen gas in the area, and it looks a little more colorful on this screen. I'm not sure how it looks on your monitors there. Maybe if I kind of pull that back a bit so it's not so bright. So just to let's see, let's go back over to Stellarium to kind of show you a view of what it should look like. So maybe you can start to see some of those details that I'm kind of seeing in there. So that is the view from Stellarium, which is a much nicer shot. However, not a live image. But that's when you stack up the image, you can really start to pull out some of these details, especially if you have a hydrogen alpha filter, and really isolate this area of hydrogen gas in the middle of the galaxy there. Whereas with our smaller version there, you can roughly see the shape. We're zoomed in. There was some issues with guiding because clouds were rolling in. There's a bit of haze going on, but we take it as it goes. It can be tough sometimes with some wispy clouds rolling in, and it's just enough to kind of muck up your guiding and force them out to keep readjusting. So not the best image I've had of the cigar galaxy, but also not by far not the worst. I've had more terrible guiding in the past, and at wider focal lengths as well, and that's kind of tough to see those issues come up, because those are big errors in guiding whenever you kind of get the a wide field image being wonky. So yeah, it's a little disappointing, but we'll do what we can.
I don't know how to escape from it, but
It's all right. Excuse me. Too loud. Right. So our last image of the evening. Well, not as exciting as the as our clown face nebula or the Andromeda galaxy. However, I'm really happy with this shot. This shot is my image of the night. This little planetary nebula, the clown face nebula, was one of the more impressive shots. I didn't know how it was going to turn out. So really happy with that one. Insanely happy with that. It looks really cool. And hopefully, if it seems underwhelming, I don't apologize on that. These images can really be built up over time. These are single images that I'm shooting, and sometimes they aren't as pretty as some of the well processed images in the night sky. However, something like this, being able to get it with one shot is really cool. To be able to pull these details out and share it with you guys, I enjoy doing this for sure. And I think that we are at the mercy of these clouds are threatening, and they're kind of really mucking up a lot of the images there. I'm going to try and do some lunar, and the third or fourth cause, because it's just going to look weird rising with the current position in the Earth. It will look a lot like the shadow is going to the top or bottom and rise. If you want something out of the ordinary. I like lunar shots. I mean, one of my favorite shots that I did of the moon was kind of used for the graphic for tonight, and I don't often do lunar imaging, and it's one of those targets that, unless you're kind of purposely doing that there, that's one of my more favorite shots of the moon there. It was on the 3rd or 4th. Yeah, at this point, this is when the moon is a little more interesting to image, when you have that Terminator kind of going over an area, and you can get a little more depth. You can see the craters, and it's going to be a lot more contrast. That's what you want in the moon. You want to see contrast. It's nice to see a full moon, but at the same time, to get the depth, that's what you want to be able to see in an astro image. So I think those clouds are pretty much going to spell the end of things for me tonight, which is a little unfortunate. And just seeing who is streaming at the moment that we can send you guys along to. And again, like last night, we don't have a lot of people on. People are taking some breaks during the holidays here. But I do thank you guys very much for coming in. I do appreciate it so much. And what we'll do, we have a bearded friend, Diablo Child. He is currently playing Phasmophobia right now. It is looks like he's doing a birthday stream. A new friend to the observatory. And I think we're going to pass along some love that way. And yeah, I will let you guys know of when the next stream is going to be. It'll be either through Discord or through Twitter, and if there is a surprise amount of clear skies, then we'll just start a random stream. Until then, I've enjoyed the time with you guys so much. Thank you guys for the numerous follows. Our new members of the observatory have gotten us past 300. I love that so much. And those who have subscribed to the channel tonight, appreciate that very much as well. The support is very much appreciated. Like I said before, there is no need to subscribe to the channel there. I'm never gonna be begging anyone to do that. And I appreciate it to no end that you guys are giving me this support, and it means a lot to me. It really, really does. And I'm not just saying that. Why would I even just say that? I mean, you guys are fantastic, and if it weren't for you, I'd be sitting here yammering on to myself. So yeah, I thank you guys so much, and we will catch you on the next stream, which will be, right now there's no real scheduled stream. The definite one will be our Saturday rainy day astronomy session, where we'll do some image processing, and we hope that we'll have some clear skies. And it is a bit of the holidays, and maybe I might take this week to refine a little bit of the look of the stream and kind of narrow some stuff down and get those channel point rewards available to you guys, because I know those have been piling up. Those photons have been collecting, and some of you are itching to use them. And asking for if I've checked my mic is, it's not always the fun little reward. So for those who are subscribed, you can copy that in there. We will get set to raid with Diablo Child. He is a wonderful bearded streamer who is currently playing Phasmophobia right now. And a little bit of a deviation from astronomy. We'll go into the gaming side of things. So let's get that going there. Diablo Child. Make sure I don't send you guys to the wrong room. Intended for mature. Everybody's mature here. We're good. So get as many of you in here as possible. Appreciate you guys for coming in. Thank you guys so much. Hope you've had a good time. Hope I've answered a lot of your questions that you've had. And if I haven't, feel free to message me on Twitter, on the Whispers on here, on Discord. We will see you on the next stream. And hope you guys have a fantastic night. If you want to stick around for the raid, I appreciate that very much. We'll be going on to a bearded... It's because he has a nice beard. Drop that in there. Thank you guys very much for coming in. I've been Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. I'm not here to change the world. I'm here to share the universe. Have a very good evening, wherever you are, and we will see you again soon. Take care.